Dear colleagues, we have 10 seconds and we will commence. Now it sounds like a threat. 10, 9, 8. Good afternoon. I'm Sergey ENG. I'm psychologist, psychotherapist, and I will be the whole day with you. I'll be facilitating and moderating this nice event. I'm very glad to the very fact that we get gathered together on this nice topic, since this is very important.
Деменция существует, что с этим
to
делать?
talk about this issue because the dementia exists. So how to live, how to cooperate with the person who is suffering from dementia. And I believe that we will be able to get a lot of interesting and useful information. So none of the speakers would not be able to evade without questions. And then I urge you to make notes to discuss this kind of important issue. So therefore, we will be questioning everyone. This questioning, I mean. So to voice the welcome word, I would invite Olga Troshenko, the head of the UNFPA. Olga, the floor is yours. Thank you very much indeed, Sergey. Dear colleagues, I hope you hear me well. Come close. Yeah, now it works. Dear friends, dear colleagues, respected Lyudmila Verkina, respected friends from Caritas, dear colleagues from the NGOs, Center of Social Services to Population, representatives of business, representatives of community, I mean, everyone who is interested in the topic. So we're very glad to welcome you at our seminar, at our activity dedicated to this important event, like dementia. In fact, the recent weeks, I've been talking a lot with colleagues and discussing with friends, with those who I've met during this time. So I've mentioned that the forum is envisaged. The response to my information that I have been receiving, so really we knew very few things about this important issue. Majority of people that I have been talking to that of this extent have been coming across with the issue of dementia. Either relatives or friends or next of kin or the friends of friends, or either they are thinking, how do I behave to make sure that I do not suffer from dementia myself, or how to postpone it. So no doubt, therefore, the longer you get involved in this topic, so the more you understand how important it is. Why the UNFPA is dealing with the issue of dementia. So that one of the target group that we're working with, so these are the senior people, say 65 plus people. Secondly, is because one of the important direction of our activity is the activity in the sphere of gender equality between men and women. So therefore, since I'm going to talk on this today, as women indirectly are more prone to the dementia compared to men. Again, it's also element of our activity. Of course, the UNFPA motto, everyone is important. So it is exactly why we are involved on the issue, and not to leave anyone alone. So the Agenda 2030 and the UN, at least for the next number of years, would be important. In the course of registration to the event, you have seen some of the figures. I would like to remind you that in the whole world, the diagnosis of dementia is with 55 million people approximately 10 million of new cases of dementia are registered. At present, dementia, according to the WHO data, is the 7th most important cause of death. Dementia is not only negatively affecting the health of people, it also negatively affects the economics. Because in 2019, dementia was costing almost $1.5 trillion, and almost half of this is ensuring service and help and assistance to those who are suffering from dementia. Again, females are disproportionately suffering from the dementia, as well as directly, both and indirectly. Females tend to live longer in the whole world, so therefore the risk of dementia is higher. So with age, it grows only. And the second indirect is 70% of care of the people with dementia is done by the females, either as medical professionals or at home caring for next of kin, relatives, and loved ones. All know about the risks that are leading to the increase of the possibility of developing dementia. So today and tomorrow we are going to discuss them. First of all, it's age. Whether you like it or not, it's not a secret. It's hypertonic, high blood pressure, diabetes. So everything that non-infection disease is caused by, the way of life, consumption of alcohol, smoking, lack of physical activity, depression, and also important that we tend to forget, it's also social isolation, which is also affecting depression. Today, still the forum is not the first one that UNFPA is conducting, is the second, as the first one was in 2021, and it was also dedicated to mental and psychological and psychophysical diseases, illnesses of the senior people. And then we used to talk how coronavirus affected the mental health. And what is important, a lot of experts have been raising an issue to what extent the isolation was needed to the senior people in the course of coronavirus epidemics. From the one hand, we realized that we have been saving, we have been caring, providing for, say, the remoteness or isolation from coronavirus, protecting them from senior from coronavirus. From the other hand, we have been reducing their social threads, network that was connecting them to friends, relatives, to loved ones, to hobbies, to and what is negatively affecting the health. At present, this is a debatable issue because risk of dementia with the reduction of social connections is increasing. Certainly. An important element, important issue is that dementia is not always the diagnosis that people are 65 plus receiving or getting. Well, it can affect people in 30, 40, 50, and so the diagnosis, the dementia with early beginning. So the sooner you think of this, so the safer for your health, for your organism, this might be. And then a couple of factors I would like to voice today in the welcoming address. Many people believe that dementia is an inherited disease. Not necessarily. If your relative is suffering from dementia, it does not guarantee that you will be suffering from dementia. And then there are elements, there are things, aspects, the way of life that are assisting to reduce the risk of dementia. Many people believe that dementia is also loss of memory. No, loss of memory is one of the first signs of dementia. And when we talk about the treatment, indeed, medications that would treat the person from dementia doesn't exist. But there are preparations that may relieve symptoms or mediate symptoms or reduce symptoms. So speaking about medications, you need to know about this. What the most important is, and why this forum is so timely, it is when we talk to medical professionals, social workers, we also notice that a person comes for assistance to a specialist when it is the dimension that progressed quite a lot, considerably. Until then, it was just kind of negation. Sometimes they say, look, people tend to forget because it's age. What can you do about this? Or the person himself or herself denies that he or she may get signs of dementia. Because we want ourselves and our relatives to look healthy, nice, physically fit, psychologically healthy, and well-being. And it is important today that when first signs of first relations emerge. How do we help the person or ourselves? And not to deny, not to be afraid of. So the more we know, the more we are able. And the earlier we start working on ourselves and our relatives, loved ones, the longer the person would have active life. Indeed, when we speak about longevity or lifespan, it's not only to live long life, it's also to live maximum active life. So socialization of people is very important direction. How to provide for the quality of services and life and then assistance to people suffering from dementia. It's one of the calls that I would like to point your attention at, because active social life reduces stresses, improves mood, keeps the relationship in family with colleagues, even former colleagues or some future colleagues. And certainly there are facts that I tried to go to see the reference, the source, which says that permanent education or constant education and getting involved in new and interesting businesses and hobbies is also an important element for us, so that we prevent the dementia and prevent and assist to those who start suffering from it. Because I do remember I've been reading an article somewhere that it was mentioned that people who know 2 foreign languages, there are very few cases of dementia. Those who know 3 do not have dementia at all. So education, studying languages, studying anything which is new is also the things that we all need to try to get involved, to go on this. And then one more important element, so while I'm also getting prepared to the forum, I've read somewhere, if we speak about computer games, they're not that efficient and effective as the chess game. Computer games may help only when you have a partner, when this element of socialization exists or is present. So that in conclusion, I would like to say that our communication and our education and training of one another and between ourselves is also good addition to the support of our loved and relatives who need socialization, communication, and education. I would like to express sincere gratitude to our partners from Caritas for the joint initiative, nice initiative, Ludmila as well, so that you promote the topic. And then I urge you, colleagues, be active, not to hesitate to ask questions, and I'm sure that we will be very successful in our activity. Thank you very much indeed for your attention. Thank you, Olga. I thought I was buying chess sets for the office in very good time. Think of getting to know English, French, and so on and so forth. One more person to avoid voice of welcome address, candidate of medical science, Ludmila, chief specialist on geriatrics of the Ministry of Healthcare of the Republic of Belarus. So this title is, when you voice it, it's special prevention of dementia, and then you may go on getting trained. Thank you very much indeed for this kind of forum, which becomes traditional, I would say. I would like to express sincere gratitude to organizers, and a lot of efforts is taken so that we are developing a team. So now we are a team. And the individuals who are in the future, hand to hand, shoulder to shoulder, would be promoting not only this topic, but also the large scale, that we start this process as soon as possible, as early as possible, to prevent dementia. And in case this kind of trouble gets in, we would put our shoulder in the right time, because social workers, system of healthcare, and then public sector or NGOs, we will be able to offer assistance to these people who suffer from this issue, from the problem. So I've been listening to Olga, and indeed, I presume there's also prevention of dementia. First of all, social component. We put together everyone. We are getting new knowledge. And then after all, we will be getting more active, so that new knowledge will be shared with other people. And then if we speak about the length of life, lifespan, it's also quality of life. because life gave us a large bonus during the last 100 years. So we started living longer, 30 years, 30 years plus. So from the one hand, we got the bonus from the nature and the system of healthcare, and with the attitude of life that someone has changed, and then even healthy way of life that we all are promoting, and then so urging, and then even introducing. When the body gets older, the problems of aging, not only wrinkles, skin, all systems of the organism getting older, so including the brain, and increase of lifespan gave the thing that we describe in a massive information sea. So the issue of mental health is becoming #1 in the agenda. And after COVID infection, which was a specific issue, and that was also suffering negatively affecting the mental health, this problem emerged. So that as of today, the society feels the shortage of this knowledge, because we are actively working in the sphere of promoting the knowledge about dementia, prevention of dementia, treating dementia. The whole system of healthcare of the whole world is looking at the magic medication that would assist us in combating this disease. So we all concentrated on the problem. However, this problem, as in nowhere else, the teamwork would be seen and would be noticed. This problem, none of the system of healthcare, no public sector, no humans, no individuals would be able to cope with. At the beginning, this is the family and the person itself, himself or herself. Then we emerge, the system of healthcare that is revealing the disease, starts treatment, and then this individual goes to the society. He or she is coming back to the family. So the beginning of prevention, or the beginning of the early signs of dementia, this is the family and the person itself. So when individual assesses his or her status, when the family may suspect these first signs, but you know how many times I've been offering advice to the patients, none of the relatives would like to admit that he or she, the loved ones, have problems. They are not prepared to this kind of information. So therefore, we all need work a lot within the information sphere, so that medical professionals share this information, the first signs of dementia, and then medical professionals would offer help. But the thing is, the problem of dementia is also progressing. And there is a time when this individual is not able to take care of herself or himself. Then the family becomes responsible for him or her. Because if the family is unable, then he or she was placed in the institution of social protection that would be then caring about this individual. And it is very, very difficult load. Very difficult, I would say, for the family, for the system itself. Therefore, the people who render support to the patients in this kind of difficult situation, let's say last or say stages of dementia, they're also burning out. So there's psychological burnout. And this is also difficult from a physical point of view. Exactly. To assist these people would be our duty. Duty of the society, duty of the community, everyone. So, but the patients would have been feeling better if everything is done correctly. So it is very important to provide all advice, recipes, where the person may approach or may go to, so that we need to be professional in this treating of this issue to the whole team. So therefore, I presume that the forum would give practical answers to all questions. All the rest of the questions would be paid attention to at different forums. But I presume that this topic should be raised. We should be getting concentrated and then share appropriate professional information so that individuals who are getting into this state and then who are supporting them find it easier to go along this way. So I wish everyone success. Thank you very much indeed.
Спасибо большое. Я думаю, что даже если не ответим на все вопросы, то как минимум посеем зерно, чтобы мы начали искать больше информации. И еще для одного приветственного слова приглашается...
And I would like to invite once again another speaker, priest from Caritas Belarus. I wholeheartedly welcome all of you at our forum. I'll use simple words. You know, what the most valuable asset any person has is the life. And the most valuable thing we have in our life is time. Time cannot be recovered or reclaimed or changed. And all the medical professionals and people present in this room will agree with me that whenever a person comes down with a disease, it is ultimately important to use all the time available to that person and to give this time to the person who requires it. You know, from the very beginning of human life, from birth until the last moments of that person's life, when that person dies or passes away, our duty as a charity religious organization, we always want to teach people and stand next to those people who cherish time and life, who cherish this time and life and give away their own time. So to be in this time, and because it is very important to understand at that point in time, to understand that need. That is why, from the depths of my heart, I would like to thank you, Olga, for your presence, for agreeing to cooperate with us to move forward. Ms. Lyudmila, also thank you for your presence and your commitment. I would like to thank our colleagues from Caritas Austria. I would like to thank everybody who accepted the invitation, who came to attend this forum. I would like to wish everybody here, because it is a very special day today when we talk to the relatives and parents of those people. And I would like to wish you health, so that you cherish your health, time, and the time of people, your loved ones, people next to you, so that you could always find time for them. And I believe that at a given moment in time, it is very important to understand the urgent cause of today's world. We sometimes believe that the progress of science and technologies will do everything in our stead, that will have everything we need, that will manage to detect all diseases, whatever troubles us. But at any given moment in time, we sometimes realize that our hands are tied. And this is the time when comes the realization that without a person, without a human being, without this person's support and good deeds, it's impossible to do anything. And that's what God Almighty teaches us, because what we have today, what we're doing now, again, I would like to thank our partners. I'm sure that we're doing the good cause for all. You know, a tree can always be recognized by its fruit. And if it bears forth this good, tasty fruit, this is the result that all of us will have and will understand the cause of the modernity and the challenges of diseases that trouble us, and together we can overcome most of them and most of the challenges that we are facing at the moment. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, dear friends, I announce our Silver Forum officially open. Hooray! Now, what I mentioned before, now you can take your pens and pencils to prepare your questions, because now we're going to have our first keynote speech. And for that keynote speech, I would like to invite Dr. Ivana Popov-Dolic to make the presentation on the early signs of dementia, why it is important to know them, and dementia-friendly care.
I'll just share my screen. Just a second. Can you see? Hello, can you see screen shared? Yes. Окей. Добрый день, уважаемые...
Все хорошо видно.
Совершенно. Окей. Спасибо.
Мы же подтверждаем, да?
Добрый день, уважаемые участники, представители Caritas и UNFPA.
Good afternoon, distinguished participants, Caritas representatives and UNFPA. For me, it's a great honor to start this practical part of today's plenary. This presentation was developed by Dr. Mirko Dolic, who couldn't join us, and because of the circumstances, unfortunately, we have to communicate via internet. If we met, say, 20 years ago, this presentation would have been done in Russian, but unfortunately, I will have to continue in English, although my native tongue is much closer to your language.
Is to gently guide you into this conference. My main task is we will discuss a bit more about what dementia is, why is it happening right now. We will discuss a bit about most common false beliefs about dementia, early signs of dementia, why are they so important to us, what to do about them, what kind of medical support we can provide to people diagnosed with dementia, and how that can help us to better address dementia challenges. I would like you to take three main things from this slide. The first one is dementia is not a disease, it's a syndrome. It's a group of related symptoms that affect our cognition. And by that, in general, broader terms, we talk about memory, attention, thinking, social abilities, executive abilities, language abilities. Dementia leads to decline of brain functioning. And that decline is severe enough to interfere with daily life. And that's the first thing that you will take home. Symptoms in dementia and decline of brain functioning needs to be severe enough to interfere with daily life of people with dementia. Besides cognitive symptoms, especially we who work in nursing homes with people with dementia in general, you will encounter that people with dementia do not only have decline of cognition or higher cortical functions in general terms, but 90% of people in nursing homes who have dementia do also have or expose some of psychiatric symptoms. And those psychiatric symptoms could be, for example, depression, anxiety, apathy, verbal or physical aggression. And then the second topic I would like you to take home is that dementia is not one syndrome. We have a lot of dementia syndromes, but when we speak about dementia, most of us think about Alzheimer's disease. Alzheimer's disease is the most prevalent dementia in the world. Around 60% of people who have dementia have Alzheimer's type. But nowadays especially, and here in our parts of the world, you will also encounter second very frequent dementia, and that is vascular dementia. And do not forget, you will also encounter frequently Lewy body dementia and some other types of dementia, but this is out of the scope of this presentation. Why is this happening to us right now? You heard in introduction from Olga and Lyudmila, you heard a lot of data about risk factors that could affect people with dementia. The most prevalent risk factor for dementia is aging. And you will see that, so the population is aging, and we call that trend silver tsunami. And you will see that although there are discrepancies in the world of life expectancy in developed modern world now goes over 80 years. For us in Eastern Europe, in Belarus, as well as in Serbia, the life expectancy is around 73 years, a little bit more for women, a little bit less for men, but this is where we are. So the population is aging, and we can expect that for people who are above 80 years of age, we can expect that every other person will have dementia. And this is now the situation around the world. In 2020, there are estimates that now we have around 50 million of people who have dementia worldwide, and projections are not great, are not optimistic. Now we think that around 2050, the number of people with dementia will triple, and there will be around 150 million people with dementia. And please do remember, for us living in Eastern European countries, majority of people who will have dementia will come from low and middle income countries. There are so many false beliefs around dementia, and my task as a doctor is to demystify them. We all think that, so many people think that dementia is part of normal aging, that it's a rare disease, that there are no preventive measures, no medication, that it has minor impact on society, and most important one, that we cannot do anything, we can do nothing about dementia. And if we believe that we can do nothing about dementia, so why should we even go and get help, get evaluated? Early symptoms, but that's not true. Please remember, there is always a lot of things that you can do for yourself and for your loved ones. And time lost is a brain lost, remember. So let's go and see which are the most common early signs of dementia. The first one that we associate dementia with is memory loss. And before, my apologies, before I continue with this, if you remember from the beginning of my presentation, there are so many types of dementia. And there are so many symptoms related to dementia. And when we speak about the most common signs of dementia, we usually speak about Alzheimer's, although so many of these symptoms are basically early signs in other dementia syndromes. So memory loss. We all associate dementia with memory loss. And people who have dementia have issues remembering new information, not the old one. It's the new information. It's the appointments, doctor appointments. They forget that they have agreed to go to have a coffee with you. They have issues remembering new names, new telephone numbers. Then another one, which is very, very important for dementia, it's difficulty performing familiar tasks. Remember this one. People with dementia will have issues of performing daily activities like cooking, preparing meals, paying bills, going to grocery stores. The things they were very capable of doing earlier in life, they will not be capable of doing right now. And misplacing things falls basically in this category. It's not something that, for example, people, especially women under pressure in their mid-40s or 50s have, like, okay, I don't know where my keys are, how many children, where did I leave my children? It's they will put keys in refrigerator. They will put books, for example, in kitchen cabinets. This is what we are thinking by misplacing things. Then problems with language and communication. One of the most prominent signs is word finding. People with dementia have issues of finding words, common words, not a complex one, not an issue when we have, for example, in our mid-50s, we cannot find a complex word to explain our emotions, for example. They will have issues with common words. Problems with images and spatial awareness. People with dementia early in disease will have issues with spatial depth, left and right. They will have issues in reading images and the meaning of images. It's not the question, for example, of cataract, when you have low vision acuity and you can't see clearly. They have issues with the meaning of what they are seeing. Poor or decreased judgment. This goes deep into legal questions. And you've encountered so many issues related to this thing. For example, if your capacity to judge whether you will leave stoves when you cook, are you going to turn on or turn off the stove? How are you going to deal with your property and so on? Changes in mood, personality, or behavior. For you working in a nursing homes, for social care workers, these symptoms will give you the most headache. You will not have issues if patients have memory loss. You will not have issues if they cannot remember what the term is for something. You will have issues if they are verbally aggressive, if they are physically aggressive, if they have issues with sleeping, with circadian rhythm, with wandering, if they don't want to take drugs, if they don't want to take a bath. And of course, I talked before about depression, apathy, lack of motivation, difficulty planning and solving problems, very related to poor or decreased judgment, disorientation to time and place. You readily encounter that people cannot remember the year, month, season, or address where they are living. Withdrawal from work or social activities. Very often they are not motivated, not just when you are not in the mood to go out and have some fun once in 7 or 10 days. People with dementia have apathy and lack of chronic initiative. And then we spoke about this, that we have so many types of dementia and so many symptoms of dementia. And this is out of the scope of this presentation now. Please remember, early symptoms can be often mild and may get worse only very gradually. And you might not notice these symptoms if you have them and if your loved one have them. This is something for you to take home, the distinction between normal aging, but I spoke a little bit about it when we spoke about early signs of dementia. This is the distinction between normal aging. That's a very common question, distinction between normal aging and dementia, but we discussed this a bit on early symptoms. The next question that we frequently encounter is when to see a doctor. When is the time for you to see a doctor or for your loved one to see a doctor? And general suggestion answer would be whenever you think that something is wrong, something is happening, the symptoms are starting to happen on a regular basis. It could be an early sign of dementia. Go and see a doctor. And only a qualified healthcare provider, whether in primary healthcare level or tertiary healthcare level, can tell you if somebody has dementia or not. And why are early signs so important? On your right side, you will see that I place stages of dementia. Those 3 clinical stages are just clinical. You will find a lot of data on stages of dementia on the internet, for example, 7 stages, 4 stages. In clinical setting, we use 3 stages of dementia: mild, moderate, and severe. And why is it important? And those are worldwide data, not only related to low income and middle income countries. We know that around 50% of people with dementia receive specialist diagnosis, specialist care on time. And this red arrow shows us where we catch people with dementia when we diagnose dementia, really late in the disease. Sometimes that's a consequence, especially for Mediterranean basin, Eastern Europe. We are very closely related to each other. It's not only the lack of information or the stigma. We are very closely related to one another. We take care of us. We take care of our neighbors, of our friends. And then we can do a lot of things instead of elderly people with dementia. And that's why we catch it so late. But when we now have that information that it will make our life more difficult and life of people with dementia, our goal is to catch it a little bit earlier. Now we catch it late in the illness, too late to enable choice. And for me as a psychiatrist, it's very important that we catch it at a time, usually at a time of crisis, when people are agitated, verbally or physically aggressive. And this is what we are trying to do. We're trying now to move it forward, to catch it early in the illness. The most important benefits of early detection of dementia is for patients to get proper counseling, possibility of lifestyle modifications, and prescription of adequate modifications. There you can see some other benefits of early detection. Some of them are medically related. I told you, better access to medical care, lower rates of institutionalizations. Family members and caregivers could also benefit from early detection. That means that your loved one could, or patient could, receive proper medication for those symptoms that are making our lives very complicated. A few words about medical management of dementia. The task for every doctor that encounters people with suspect of dementia, the doctor will review medical history and symptoms. They will perform a physical exam, cognitive and neuropsychological testings. For primary healthcare level, it could be the screening tests that are used all over the world. It's mini-mental state examination and Montreal cognitive assessment, and some other bedside tests like clock drawing or mini-cog. And then patients should be referred to neurological and psychiatric evaluation, potentially, if needed, if there are indications, we can do brain scans, CT, MRI, or PET scan in highly specialized dementia centers, and laboratory tests. And then treatment. There is also a general belief that there is no treatment for dementia. Partially, that is true. There is no cure for dementia, but we can manage dementia symptoms. And we, on the market, we do have pro-cognitive or dementia-specific drugs. On European market, we have 4 specific medicines. They fall under the category of cholinesterase inhibitors, donepezil, rivastigmine, and galantamine, and memantine. Monoclonal antibodies are medications that are approved for use only in the United States of America. They're very expensive and they are not approved for European market. Besides of pro-cognitive drugs, we often prescribe other medication that help us basically and most often with psychiatric symptoms like depression, anxiety, hallucinations, delusions, etc. And in the course of this conference, you will hear a lot about non-pharmacological measures, for example, occupational therapy, changes to environment, snoozing, validation, orientation, etc. But are we managing now to address needs of people with dementia? Well, according to worldwide data, no. World Health Organization Global Status Report on Public Health Response to Dementia says that only 1/4 of countries have national policies. National policies are a background for our joint and public health response to dementia, and half of the countries are based in Europe. Many national plans are expiring or already have expired. And there you can see what have we done so far from European Dementia Monitor compared to 10 countries in different categories. And I've listed them here. I will not spend too much time listing all of those 10 categories, but most important information is no country excelled in all 10 categories. That means that all of us do have enough time for action and to make some changes. The main strategies to ensure equal treatment and dignity for people with dementia, at present, we use 3 most common strategies: economic costs on micro or policy level, societal awareness, and clinical setback. Please do not forget that treating of people with dementia costs a lot of money. Just a couple of years ago, I remember we were counting up to billion of dollars. And now, just a couple of years after, we are talking about trillion of dollars. And why is this so important for us? Besides that we are spending our national money for treatment of dementia, is that 50% of that costs is actually a burden on families, on informal carers. That's where all the money has gone. It's not on the government, it's on people who take informal care. When it comes to societal awareness, this is one of the things that we do. We are trying to remove the stigma from dementia and to provide accurate information to a broader general population. To Olga and Lyudmila, they talked about the meaningful role of people who live with dementia in the community and in the broader sense, in cultural terms for people with dementia. Clinical setback, we covered a few things earlier: timely, incorrect diagnosis, access to specialist support, needs for adequate services, funding, and so on. And on practical level, this is how it goes. What we need for people with dementia: we need to develop nursing homes with appropriate number of nursing homes. We do not have it in Eastern Europe. Adapt nursing homes for the purpose of treatment of people with dementia. We need daycare facilities, not only nursing homes. We need appropriate staff education, organized transportation for people with dementia, development of self-care groups, caregiver, non-formal caregiver support groups, support for dementia non-governmental organizations. We need volunteer-based groups. I know it sounds a little bit too optimistic, but it can be done. We need, on the medical level, we need availability of pro-cognitive drugs, to have them readily available and free of charge, if needed, to be covered under health insurance. Availability of drugs registered for the behavioral symptoms treatment. We need strengthening of primary healthcare involvement. We need more specialized psychogeriatric clinics, and we need centers for palliative care. And at the end, as with any other sensitive topic, as with any other sensitive disease, we need to develop institutions and services that are basically answering the needs and wishes of the individual. Thank you very much.
Спасибо, Ивана.
Thank you, Ivana. Any questions coming up from the audience? I do see a few of those, but we will have a dedicated Q&A session to make sure we cover several speakers in one go. And now, Alena, a small practical exercise by Alena, please. You're up. Hello, everyone. I'm Alena Gadalova, neurogymnastics and rotation gymnastics. I'm a coach in these. Now 8 to 10 minutes of practical exercises where you will get to see some neurogymnastics. No, it's not a magic pill, it's not a silver bullet, but this is a working tool to improve our cognitive functions. You can use that for your close ones, for yourselves, improvement of memory, concentration, focus, lymph drainage is part of that. Without further ado, well, I do love talking, but none anyway. Let's get down to business. Let's get down to practice. I'm very for talking about any exercise. If it's causing discomfort, so you can just become aware of it, but not repeat it yourself. Or if you have any medical contraindications, please feel free to follow my instructions the way you see fit. So it's not going to be convenient for me to speak and show at the same time, so I'll try to put down the mic and I will show it to you. I will show you how it's done. The back rows, I will try to verbally address you and reach out to you. So first of all, please take a seat, as comfortable a posture as possible. Let's put down our smartphones. Let's take a deep breath. Breathe in, breathe out. Sometimes women wear our hands are crossed. Let's make sure our legs are crossed. Let's make sure they're parallel to each other. Let's start. So you can hear me more or less. Yes, but not the interpreters. Not the interpreters, unfortunately. Okay, I can be there. I can be like a portable microphone stand. Okay, thank you for helping me out. So there are new neural connections that were formed. We've quickly found a way out of the deadlock. So let us take palms and rub them against each other. Like you're turning up from the cold in the wintertime. It's very cold, it's chilly. So you've removed those mittens, the cold ones. It's kind of the weather is hinting at that. So rub your palms against each other. So they must become hot, like really hot. What about you guys? Then shake your hands, shake your palms. And then we do the scissors like this. First hand, second hand. This haircuts, careful, do it like this. If you have styled hair, and like massage like this, and with both hands. Make sure you feel it. Press it like you mean it, so that there will be some pressure. It's a great thing to see everyone doing that. Thank you for following. This kind of activity motivates me for further movements. Okay, massage complete. Relax now. Now 1 minute of Japan. We've been talking about the silver tsunami wave. Let's talk about Siro Tsutsumi. So he came up with a number of exercises that he had come up with. So please take both. Press on these fingers with some effort. I don't know. Way back in the day, it wasn't as safe. Yeah, we were kind of using a cotton swab, a cotton tampon. I'm trying to make sure you can visualize it. I'm trying to speak it so that you remember it also verbally. Shake your hands once again. Sorry about this. One more exercise from Japan. So pay attention. Hands before you, palms together. So one palm is sliding against each other and rising up. As you exhale, press it down.
You press together, press together, press together. Okay, relax. Put one of your hands under your breast. Another hand is clenched, and you try to do the small vibration so that there is a vibro drainage, as I call it. Try to knock on the top of your other hand and all the way up the arm. I put the microphone closer to it so that we can hear the knocks of the knuckles on the arm. Thank you. Please be more engaged. I told you that there will be no magical pills, but a very efficient tool. Now you can relax and shake off your hands. I know the same thing with the other arm. Now you can hear my voice, which is trembling. First time I did it too softly, I couldn't hear it, but here actually we can hear how everybody else is doing it. Okay, relax. Now, to begin with, we have a small exercise for neurogymnastics. If you think you fail in something, it doesn't mean that you're a failure. It means that that's how well you do it at this moment in time. We start with the simple thing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Relax. Now make it trickier. You have clenched fists. Don't have to clench them too strong. First, you show index finger, go back, pinky finger, index finger, pinky finger, index finger, pinky finger. Now, index finger one hand and pinky finger on another hand.
Жаль. Это еще не хардкор, но уже близко.
This is not hardcore yet, but we are close to it. What I can tell you, just a minute of your time. After the second COVID-19, I experienced serious cognitive dysfunctions, and I learned that when I was studying new exercise, I could do it better. So I know that everybody has a growth point. Okay, that was a sidetrack. Now a few more simple exercises. Relax your hands. Try to imagine like you have a grain on one of your hands, and here we have a bird. Bird is pecking a lot of grains on your palm of your other hand. Make it quite painful. Change hands. Now the bird has eaten everything, and it's pecking only one grain at a time, because other birds will fly in and steal all the remainder of other grains. So do it quicker. The effect for the future should be like I'm showing it to you now. I didn't start from 0, I started from the minus. Okay, relax. Now we'll try to relax and breathe deeply. Open up your palms and make a deep breath. Now you close your palms and you exhale. Now you breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Again, breathe in, make it deeper, and breathe out. A home assignment, neurocoordination exercise, a tricky one. See the middle and index finger are circling around each other. The same is done with a third and pinky finger. First you do it with index and middle finger, then third and pinky finger. And you change it, alternate it like this. Actually, musicians are not experiencing any difficulties with that. They make it quicker. Sometimes they add some song to it and start stomping their feet. As soon as you learn it, and you will learn it for sure, I can guarantee it, you move on to the next exercise, because now you'll have already this neuronic link. You can show this trick to your relatives. And now the most efficient exercise that will be useful for our organizers from UNFPA, for our keynote speakers, for our guests from Serbia, Austria, and for me as well. You put up one palm like this, another palm like this, breathe calmly, and start applauding for each other. Great, perfect. So what do you think about it? Great, right? I was quite impressed personally, because as a psychotherapist, I understand that these exercises are good not only for your neural system, but also it's good for your vagus, the invisible nerve. And as a person who works with traumas, I understand that it's perfect for people who work with traumas. Let's give it up to our speaker once again. So the next speaker will require all of us to put on our headphones. Next speaker will be Sylvia Meyer, our guest from Austria. She will speak about validation therapy, a possible path to the heart of people with dementia.
Diese Übung war jetzt natürlich hervorragend für mich, dass Sie gut konzentriert sind und sich jetzt gut auf meinen Vortrag einladen.
It was incredible. I hope it helped all of us to get concentrated and get ready for the next part of our today's agenda. Thank you for inviting me to Minsk, for the great opportunity to speak to all of you today. I've been working for many years with the elderly and also with the diseases related to the old age or aging. And I have a wealth of experience related to the so-called cognitive changes for person. And today I would like to share with you some of the information about a small but a very efficient method. That method is called validation. Validation is a method which led me to understanding that people with dementia still have a possibility to build contacts with people close to them and build communication between our world and their world. And validation helped me better understand that people sometimes cannot rely on the realities of our world. Instead, we must find a door to their world. When I meet people with dementia, I often ask myself a number of questions. What is happening at this moment in time with this person? What this person is going through? What is inside this person because of these changes? For instance, symptoms have just been shown by the previous speakers. Besides, I'm asking myself a question. How can I start communicating with that person? How do I build relationship with this person suffering from dementia? And this is what should concern us first and foremost, the need to communicate, the need to build relationship and move towards each other. And I'm also asking myself the next question, how to build trust, what to build it on? Because this internal feeling, internal changes at the cognitive level, often they create or break down trust between people or people versus environment. That's why I called my presentation, Heart Does Not Become Weak-Minded. Communication or validation as a means of communication. Now, no matter what elderly people we're talking about here, whether they live in Austria, Belarus, or any other country of the world, one way or another, all of them have a shared trait, their biography, their life story. And they have different life experiences. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're sad, grievances, and we try to get inside the life stories of those people. And when we accompany people with dementia, I always remind myself that a person's life story cannot be changed. No personal errors can be corrected. I cannot be held responsible for the other person's life, but I still can do something about it. What can I do? Now, at this moment in time, when the life of those people is so convoluted, maybe they're a bit disoriented, I still can succeed in building relationship and relationship based on trust with them, and I can move towards these people based on responsibility and acceptance and goodwill. And I can use the feelings that a person is concealing behind their facial emotions. I can accept also and interpret these emotions, and I can take that person as a mirror effect of a wisdom that this person has lived through his or her life. Throughout that person's life, that person built different mechanisms and strategies that helped him cope with the life challenges, and all of it gives me reason and makes me be more responsible and decent in treating that person. Let us try to do a mind exercise. How would I feel if I find myself in a totally strange and unfamiliar situation with a lot of unfamiliar people, and if I understand the language only fragmentarily or do not understand it at all? This is exactly the type of feeling that I am feeling at this moment in time. But try to imagine yourself when you find yourself in this type of environment. What can happen in this case? What I feel when I do not fully realize where I am. If I need to go somewhere, for instance, if I need to find a bathroom, but I don't know how to reach that bathroom, if I don't know, or if I cannot even express my thoughts and wishes by talking to people, what feelings, what kind of emotions will I have in my mind if I see that something is expected from me, but I don't really know what people expect from me, what they need from me? And if other people constantly demonstrate the lack of patience towards me, what kind of feelings will I have then? Yes, most of the people suffering from memory loss, they do notice it themselves at the earlier stages of memory loss. They realize that it is hard for them to formulate their thoughts and ideas. It's hard for them sometimes to find the right word, or it's difficult for them to recall the names of people they used to know. They are experiencing difficulties with orienting in the environment, concentrating their attention, and more often than not, such people start noticing these problems much earlier than these problems are noticed by people around them. Such symptoms often are not so self-evident, but people themselves notice them at a much earlier stage of manifestation. And the previous speaker was very expressive when she told us about all sorts of symptoms that might pop up. And by noticing that transition from the cognitively conditionally normal situation to dementia, this transition sometimes is a very fine line. It's hard to see where the situation stops or ceases being normal. But in any case, we understand that even if we have some obvious manifestations of dementia in our mind, which sometimes sit deep in our brain, they still some competences are preserved. It never happens when a person loses all his competences or skills, and this is exactly what we need to rely on. Yes, some people insist that they have no disorders at all, they're feeling just fine, and often they insist on being totally okay. What can I say? Of course, this is also one of the symptoms or an early sign of the onset of such negative changes. It is quite understandable and explicable. Nobody wants to recognize their weaknesses, especially if they're not in power of changing them. We, all of us, develop our own internal strategies to cope with life. Even if somebody points at our weaknesses, we always find a way to wiggle out of it. And the same is the strategy used by people with dementia. That is why often always, I would say, it is makes sense to start thinking about the internal world of people with dementia. Now, I have 3 questions for you, for all of you. What people with dementia do you know personally? How do they behave? How do they act? Second question, how should we interpret such behavior? Maybe you might have a different idea about this after I'm done with my presentation. And what are the daily difficulties related to this kind of behavior? Now, I would like to give you case studies of 4 people who I know personally. And then I would like to discuss with you what this behavior of these people might mean and how validation can help us with that. First, Mr. Werner. He is shouting at you, "You stole my money, you're a thief." He keeps blaming you for stealing some valuables from him. Next person, Mr. Peter. He smashes his fist on the table saying, "That's enough, I cannot bear it any longer." He becomes furious. He throws things from the table, including the glasses. An elderly woman wearing a warm coat and a hat with a handbag says, "Okay, it's time for me to go home. It's time for me to go cook dinner for my children." Or another elderly woman is sitting next to the table, maybe at your home also, maybe it's your mother. And she's asking you, quite in despair, she says, "Where's my mother? I must find my mother." And she grabs your hand and doesn't let it go. What such behavior can conceal, and how validation can help us with that. Here, it is very important to understand that rational arguments never help. Often, we want to return or bring these people up to our level of rationalization by trying to rationally explain things to them. But to tell them, for instance, "Mr. Werner, nobody stole your valuables. You keep losing them yourselves." This phrase will never help. If you tell Mr. Peter, "Calm down, you're too aggressive. Stop behaving like this," it will not help. If you tell that old woman, "Your children are already adults. What, have you forgotten? You cannot return back to your house with the children because your children live separately from you." It will not help. Or you can tell your mother that, "Remember, your mother is dead for so many years. You yourself already 85 years old. Your mother has passed away years ago." So this phrase will not help that woman either. Trying to find access to these people through feelings, this is an important pathway, and the only pathway sometimes. Mr. Werner sometimes feels that he is being robbed. What does it mean? It means that the valuables or the personality of that person was stolen from him. He feels weak and powerless. He loses his own value in his eyes, and he starts putting the blame on other people. Mr. Peter, who smashes his fist on the table, he also starts feeling inside of him this dependency. He feels that he has lost his status or value as a person, and he manifests it in what way? By simply throwing things from the table. This is a way to look for security and safety for him, for certitude, the possibility to find a way to perform the role of a mother, for instance. This is what the mother does. This is what pushes a woman to try to find a way back home. The old woman who is looking for her mother. Again, this is an answer to the question where they're looking for safety and security, the warmth of touch. This is what those people feel inside of them. but they cannot express it differently, aside from the examples that I've just quoted for you. As for validation, how can it help us? Validation is there to help us interpret the feelings which stand behind these words.
This means that you need to change the perspective. You need to change the way you see things, you perceive things, how other people are aware of themselves, of their inner world. It affects their feelings. Any experience, any decision involves certain feelings, certain emotions. Each emotion will live it through. We live it through in our body. Like what was the emotion when you imagine yourself being in a very alien setting, in a very foreign environment? You cannot find the place you belong. You cannot find your way around there. So anyhow, that emotion is going to manifest in your body. There will be some reaction. The body doesn't lie. Especially if there are certain cognitive impairments to the point of when people cannot control their feelings, cannot control their emotions. So the things we see here, anger, fury, shame, boredom, anxiety, joy, all these emotions are something that people are actually going through right there, right then, as you see them. However, often it's connected to the past that they've had, to their past life. For this reason, these emotions and these feelings do not seem rational, do not seem reasonable, logically explicable to us. On the other hand, they are explicable, they are there, they need to be managed, they need to be accompanied. Based on what I've just said, well, basically getting back to Naomi Feil, this is the lady who developed this concept of validation back in the 1930s. And at the same time, the main tool is believed to be communication. Regardless of the method, verbal, non-verbal, you name it, it has to be communication. And then this is how Naomi Feil tells us that validation is pronouncing something valid, or pronouncing something worthy of attention, something that the person exhibits, or something that the body manifests to you as you observe it. It all means something. It all has certain meaning. It all has something to do with what the person has to say. And I need to accept, I need to validate that behavior, although it seems not logical to us. What we need is a change of perspective. We need to disable our logical thinking, disable our judgment, and fully switch to the perception, to becoming aware of the circumstances, of the setting that a person that we're talking to, the person with dementia, how they see things, how they exhibit them as they talk to us. I get to see people here in Minsk, and basically these people are very good-hearted, they're very kind to me, they are very positive about me. However, I need to rely upon my feelings and upon my emotions, looking at my partner in conversation, what he or she want to tell me, what their body is telling me, what I get to observe in the behavior, verbal or non-verbal, in my interlocutors. And I call this, this word is what I call resonance. I try to resonate with them. I try to catch the same wavelength of communication with the person that I'm talking to, I'm in contact with. And I'm trying to understand what this person is trying to tell me. Is it a sad or some sad smile, or some gleam in their eye, or something like that, an evil grin? So I'm trying to decipher this communication, this message that the person is trying to tell me, and I'm trying to envelop this into words, to express it with words. I'm doing the same when we're working with patients with dementia, because people with dementia cannot do that verbally, but I can build this rapport with resonance. Naomi Feil has backed up her method with something else. She developed some principles of validation. And the first principle of validation goes like this: Every person is valuable, every person is unique. Their life, their experience is unique, their biography is unique, their story is unique. And my conceptual internal standpoint is that I recognize this unique nature. Every person is unique, every person is valuable per se. I do not know what was happening just months or years before I saw him or her. What got them to become the kind of persons that they are now. When we're talking about senior people, about meeting and encountering senior people, the main important thing is to help them stay with you and be accepted by you. Not prove a Mr. Know-it-all who spits facts at them and tries to push them into the right way. Like, mother, oh, your mother is dead. All you have to say is, you don't need to lie about it. Like, your mother is away from the room, she'll be back soon. Forget it, don't do that. Focus on the symptoms. So people don't lose their skills all at once. They have some life wisdom, they have certain skills, they have some certain competence. We prioritize the person first, we put the person first. At which point we can build the communication in a much more productive way. Next up. When we're listening to life stories of people, them telling their life stories about themselves. Okay, right. My biography, my life story is a kind of a footprint that I want to leave behind, as a kind of a legacy. And I feel as if part of it is slipping away from me, or that connection with my life is going away. And I'm trying to help the senior people to preserve some part of their footprint just by having them share it with me. Some anxiety that they have, they're scary of taking certain food stuff or certain product. Like, for example, a person was hungry at some point and he lived through famine, like to the point of starvation. So that feeling stays with the person deep inside. And after years, after decades, that feeling of starving to death might surface in this specific setting, in this specific environment. I'm not always able to get down to the bottom of those stories. However, whenever I'm told one, I can look at this from a very different perspective. I can interpret interpret the behavior the person exhibits from a very different standpoint, from their standpoint. Biographies, life stories, life paths, they stand in our way from getting to meet senior people from a very different perspective. Because biographies or life stories was what these people have lived through. I cannot make that life story go away. I cannot make it right. I cannot set things right in it. But what I can do is be there and be there for them. I can take that person by the hand. I can listen to what they have to say. And I can do it in a respectful manner. I can respect the life experience that the person has to share with this feeling. Give them dignity. Another principle of validation goes like this. Behavior is explained by basic human needs. Regardless of the country we live in, regardless of the locality we live in, the needs are in the center of the person's life. Our needs are moving us. They are the motive, the locomotive, the moving power behind our actions. There are different kinds of needs. Sometimes people want to find expression. For example, we have the need for security, the sense of security. We need to stay active and we need to be proactive. Also, it's the need to be close, to be protected, to belong to some group or some social, and also to find the meaning of life. If there are any relations, if there are any good rapport with the people around you, in that case, the person can start feeling better or can become better. This is going to be an example of the positive setting. Also, we need to understand that behind every behavior of a person with dementia, there is a certain reason. For example, I'm there talking to you. Why are you listening to me? Well, possibly there is a reason why you listening to my presentation. Maybe you're wondering about this, what this Swiss woman is going to tell you. But anyhow, you have some motivation, you have some reason behind doing what you're doing right now. Why you're sitting down, why you're sitting in this audience without, well, trying to leave the room. So maybe it's automatic for you, but there must be some reason that motivates you to do that or that or this thing, particular thing. Also, at the end of life, often people build up a backlog of life affairs or life matters which have not been resolved in an efficient manner back then, when they could have been handled. There can be some topics that we're trying to avoid, or there can be some, I don't know, topics that we don't want to delve into. But nonetheless, these topics exist, and they're not going away simply because we refuse to discuss them. We're bearing this trauma inside. And when our physical energy wanes, when our life objectives or life affairs change, those unresolved life issues, the backlog of life issues, they come back. In that case, the question comes up, how did you do that? Who helped you resolve something that you're talking about? So these kind of questions can help open up a door, like to the heart of the patient with dementia, and get them to share. Like when a person of that senior age will be able to share something with you and feel better. And Naomi File actually is talking about this. Validation can open this door, can help this opportunity to try and resolve that backlog of life affairs, and the person will be at ease. The person that shared this life affair that they were not able to resolve back in the day, they're going to feel easier and going to feel better. I'm going to cite these phases of principle of validation so that you would have a better understanding that in a life of persons with dementia, there are different stages, different phases. The first phase is called sufficient orientation. Through some bodily or somatic characteristics or features, this is how it's described in the first stage. For example, Herr Peter or Herr Werner, from my stories, Mr. Peter or Mr. Werner, they can find a way around them, but at some point this feeling is evading them. This feeling is evading them. And this is why they act illogically. This is how they shift, or this is how they move to a different phase. If the environment cannot satisfy their needs, they decide to start action. They they start wandering in their life stages of their past life. They got lost in their biography. They believe that they are a young woman who is about to cook some lunch for their kids, or they are lost in their childhood and they're looking for the sense of security by finding their mother and holding her. But people around them in the surrounding environment pay too little attention about it, which brings us to the second phase, to the transition of the third stage. The verbal abilities are waning again, and people try to express their needs and intentions with movements. In this case, unless we help them, they're going to transition to a vegetative state. I'm looking at the slides, and I still have a lot more to cover, but I was unable to cover the principles of validation. I hope I've been able to give you a certain understanding of how validation can help. And this important question, this feeling, possibly you've been able to delve into it, or you've been able to get deeper into the world of a person with dementia, psychologically traverse there. If we stay, if we're lucky, or if we succeed in building a bridge to their inner self, to their inner thoughts and emotions, it will be a good progress. At this point, I'm going to end my presentation, but for you, it's just the beginning. this is the end of my talk. This is the beginning of your career if you haven't experienced validation before. So this is a good start signal for you. So thank you very much for your attention. It was a joy to speak before you.
Пару минут.
You can stay with us. You have a certain time for the Q&A session. Can you please bring back our Serbian speaker, Dr. Ivana? Please, any questions to the speakers? Yes, there seem to be questions. The microphone is traveling to the person with a question. Ms. Sylvia, it's not really a question. I wanted to get your comment on this. The principle, the foundations, the basis of validation. You're an empathic person. You're a person with a lot of empathy, and even person with people with moderate dementia, they can read it off you. But if it's a person who is a stranger to empathy, can you teach? Can you become taught in empathy? So should I repeat this? Yes, please. Right, so can you study or can you master the principles of validation in a technical manner? If the person is not a bearer of empathy, is not full of emotion, is not capable of empathy, but because of certain circumstances, they're taking care of the relative, the sick relative or the sick neighbor, because Ms. Sylvia, you're very empathetic, you're very empathetic, and this helps in this communication.
Mit Empathie, über Empathie gesprochen. Und die Frage ist, wie kann das gelingen, wenn jemand selber nicht so empathisch ist? Акцията Таня. Русски, пожалуйста.
Tatjana hilft. Ja, es ist ein langer Prozess, oder es ist immer ein
Yes, this is a lengthy process indeed. It takes a long time to do that and to master empathy, or to master validation, I mean. This takes wanting to do that, and I believe that yes, you can master empathy, you can become empathetic. That means that my emotions, my feelings, things that I'm going through, they need to be moved aside a bit so that I could fully, wholly delve into the perspective or put on the shoes of my interlocutor, to try and find a couple of minutes of my time and try to get down to the bottom of what the person is trying to say, not even verbally, but body language, to try and build that bridge, to try and build that empathy. Empathy is about feeling what the other person feels. That's exactly it. It's digging and diving deeper into that person's emotions, but it doesn't take days or hours. I can spend a couple of minutes to just try and understand what the person is going through, what the person is living through. You can practice that. You can teach that. Other questions to Ivana? Colleagues, where are the questions? I had a question to Dr. Ivana. Why is the prognosis for dementia so bad? Why is so many people, a high proportion of the people are going to have dementia?
Ooh, that's the question of $1 million. Yeah, $1 million question, dear colleagues, psychologists. What we know so far is the aging population. Now there are a lot of questions. Is maybe dementia just the extreme form of aging, or something is happening? But it looks like that it's not only aging, although 50% of people over 80 years old will have dementia. So it looks like that we cannot live long enough or as long as we would like to. And then please pay attention. I think I come also from Eastern European countries. Just pay attention that all the risk factors, now we are entering the forum of risk factors, that all the risk factors connected to our cardiac health and mental health are basically related to dementia. And there are a lot of research that point out and not, how to say, and very intentionally, this forum is intended and deals with chronic stress, prolonged and chronic stress, especially of caregivers, formal caregivers, and informal caregivers. So pay attention to chronic stress, pay attention to consequences of chronic stress, for example, like depression, overt depression, and all of the cardiometabolic risk factors, hypertension, obesity, diabetes mellitus, and as one of the speakers said, one of the two first speakers told us, it's not the aging, you know, our immune system also ages, our whole body is going through aging, and especially immune system is going through ages. So something is affecting, especially brain, parts of the brain that regulate our memory. For example, hippocampus, we are now discussing the insulin residence of hippocampal region, but pay really close attention to chronic stress, and it's really important for all of us now going through 30 years of post-transition periods in Eastern Europe. We have the same history of pressure. So, yep, that's why probably we are now dealing with dementia, aging. We are getting older, but pay attention to all the risk factors related to cardiometabolic health.
Спасибо большое.
Yeah. Thank you.
Коллеги, есть ли еще вопрос?
Thank you very much. Colleagues, will there be further questions? I allow you to ask one more question. Yes, there is one. Good. I would like to address Ivana with this question. Can I ask it in Belarusian language? Will it be interpreted? I think so.
Yes,
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for your very interesting presentation. You mentioned screening tests, which might be used not by medical professionals, but rather me as a psychologist when I observe a patient and see that there are some valid symptoms. So what would you advise with that?
You as a psychologist, thank you for your question, but I will start with saying that you as a psychologist are fully capable of using especially screening tests. If you're not educated to use the whole neuropsychological battery, you are fully capable and educated to use screening tests. Pay attention to 3 screening tests that are used worldwide by psychologists, by neurologists, practicing neurologists, and practicing psychiatrists. Don't be afraid. Don't go into bedside. You as a psychologist, you don't have to use short bedside, very non-informative for healthcare professional tests like clock drawing or mini-cog. It could be even used by nurses or caregivers. You are fully capable of using mini-mental state examination, worldwide use screening tests, and MoCA, Montreal Cognitive Assessments. They assess mini-mental 6 cognitive domain. MoCA assesses 7 cognitive domains. They have some differences, of course, exploring MMSE primarily Alzheimer's dementia symptoms related to Alzheimer's dementia, MoCA primarily frontotemporal dementia symptoms, but you're fully capable of using both. So jump in and use both. Ask for help, ask for additional information, but you are fully capable as a psychologist. And the third test I'm not mentioning here because it's Edinburgh test. It's comprised a bit of mini-mental and some additional cognitive, explores some additional cognitive domains, but you have my email. You can write an email, send questions, and I will tell you more about it. It's a bit out of the scope of this conference, which is dedicated to health of caregivers. But if you need any specialist information from a specialist psychogeriatric, I will tell you something more about it.
Спасибо большое. То есть, резюмируя, это монреальский.
Thank you very much. To summarize, it would be Montreal, MoCA, and Edinburgh test, right?
It's mini-mental MMSE. We don't in Serbian we do not translate it. It's mini-mental state examination, MMSE. MMSC. The second one is MOCA, in shortened MOCA, or Montreal Cognitive Assessment. 2 tests readily used in clinical settings all around the world. And many of them are, you have it readily available and translated at official MOCA site. You have it translated in world languages. There is also Serbian version, Russian version for sure. Try and see if there is Belarusian version, or we can do it together. And MMSC probably already translated to Belarus, and don't be afraid to use it. And you have, and MOCA, of course, offers for Montreal Cognitive Assessment, you have online education provided by moca.org.
Спасибо большое. Я думаю, что даже если мы переведем на белорусский...
Yes, thank you very much. Even if we translate it into Belarusian, that would also be a good prevention for dementia for us. Thank you very much, and that will be the end of Q&A sessions. And we can continue communication via email. Now, a few organizational announcements. Now we're going to have 2 sessions simultaneously in this room. We'll have Alexandra Shotkina talking about burnout prevention. We'll speak about burnout, symptoms, and caregivers. In the next door room, you see Alena Gadalova. Alena, can you please stand up? Yes, she's there. And there we'll talk about cognitive health. We have just a couple of minutes to reorganize ourselves and move to another room. Just wait a second before you do so. While you're walking, please hand back your interpretation devices, and right after master classes, after that session, you're going to have a coffee break. Perhaps when you were coming here, you might have noticed some of the tables with some unfamiliar accoutrement there. Have you seen them? Yes. So there we have special exercises for you where you can feel the way a person with dementia feels. I've already tested some of them. I can tell you that colleagues tell you that I had it's a spine-tingling experience. It's a mind-changing exercise. It was very hard for me to do that exercise, and I will give the floor now to Anna to tell you what awaits you there. Hello, once again. Those people who haven't met me before, my name is Tatiana Zhduk. I'm one of the officers from Caritas. Now, about that contraption outside in the hall, there are 9 tables, 9 stations, let's call them. What are they for? We call them parkour for dementia. You can call it dementia simulator. You can call it interactive line, whatever you like. But you must not do everything correctly. This is not the goal of that exercise. The goal of the exercise, it doesn't matter whether you do it fully, wrongly. The goal is to concentrate on your emotions, on your feelings, because these are the feelings and these are the emotions which are usually felt by your patients, loved ones with dementia. For instance, you think that your father is eating and specifically puts his spoon on the breast, on his chest, because he wants to annoy you so that he can wash your clothes. But in fact, he's absolutely sure that he takes his spoon in the right direction. And there is one miraculous station that you can test it on yourself. This is what I was testing. Yes, Sergey was testing it. Each station has a volunteer standing by. Each station has an exercise described. You can approach some of the stations in 2s and in 3s. You'll be accompanied, you will be explained, you will be told things. I repeat once again, most important thing is to concentrate on your own emotions and not to do it correctly. And this is fun. Try to do it. It's really fun. It will shift your mind and thinking for sure. That's what I can promise you. Yeah, we start with master classes right away. So at 3:15 is the beginning of coffee break, and we'll meet each other outside. Once again, I will repeat, right here, we'll have the prevention of burnouts conducted by Alexandra Shotkina. Alexandra, can you please stand up so we can see you? We'll speak about the prevention of burnouts. in the next door room, we have Alena Gadalova, the one who showed you how birds were pecking your palms, and there we'll talk about cognitive health.
Все, можно.
15 у нас, да?
Что?
15-15
We have time until 3:15, yes, until 3:15. So we need to speed it up then. Colleagues, good afternoon. Please sit closer to me. We're not numerous, but today we're going to discuss the prevention of burnout syndrome. My name is Alexander Shotkina. I'm the president of the charity fund Alts Rus, which is handling the issues of dementia in Russia. We are the only charity organization in Russia working with dementia. I'm not a psychologist, I'm a journalist. That is why preventing burnout is, I'm going to touch or dwell upon some of the things related to caregivers. So it's going to be told to you from the point of view not of a psychologist, but of a person who is doing things. And we don't have much time, only about 20 minutes. That is why today we'll speak quickly. I always hate things like that. Sometimes I feel myself. I know, please help me with that. Yes, I always need to pump up my cognitive functions to do that. Now a few words about myself. I told you already that who I am, what I am. Now about the burnout. When the family faces the problem of dementia of a loved one, this is indeed an arduous pathway. Russia and Belarus are similar mentality-wise in terms of the level of development of our medicine, healthcare, and social policies. We don't have that much of opportunity to help people with dementia. That's why people usually are left alone with their problems. And the burnout cannot be avoided. In fact, if you're a caregiver, you will burn out for sure. But perhaps there is a possibility to reduce that risk, because burnout is recognized by MCB as a factor that affects the human health. And there is statistics that says that about 40% of caregivers, because of the strong stress and lack of support, they start developing dementia themselves. So these are the telltale signs that we're going to look at. Please, if you're a caregiver at the moment, please be mindful of them. The advice will be very general, and here you need to understand what kind of situation you find yourselves in, what kind of opportunities you have, but you still must be made aware of the first symptoms of burnout, because burnout can significantly affect your quality of life. And if your quality of your life is affected, then the quality of life of your charge will deteriorate as well. So a regular burnout, what does it consist of? There are three main stages: emotional, physical, and mental burnout. Emotional mental starts with when your mood changes quickly. Seemingly everything is okay, but all of a sudden you start feeling, I know, you see, say, it seems that life is passing you by, like your friends are going out, having fun, but instead you're stuck with your relative. Quick mood changes. Nothing makes you happy anymore. And here an important factor is that because you're not in the mood to take care of your loved one or your relative, you start thinking that you're too lazy. Because, say, yesterday or the other day I could work with my mother with dementia. I cooked some lunch for my kids. I cannot do that. Come on, put your act together. What's wrong with you? You start blaming yourselves. So these are the first telltale signs. You're not being lazy, you're just tired. You need rest. And at the initial stages, when you start noticing that I don't want to do this, I simply do not want to. At this initial stage, some rest will do you some good. Depersonalization. Try to depersonalize yourselves from the things you do. Those things you do when you help your relative, you start doing as an absent-mindedly, simply doing that because you did it before. When working with people with dementia, as we heard in previous speeches, it is important to be engaged, to understand the feelings and emotions of the person, because they see reality differently, but you don't want to, because you're tired. But as long as there is no way out of it, you simply go through the motions, you continue to do it. And it is especially hazardous, such signs are especially dangerous for social workers, people working in nursery homes. They start showing cynicism to people like objects, which can have a deteriorating effect on the quality of life of people with dementia. Relatives, of course, after doing the formal caregiving, immerse themselves in the guilt. Actually, the feeling of guilt will never leave you. It starts from the onset. For whatever you do, you start crying at your mother, who you were fed up with, for instance. When you come back home from work, you're tired. It was hard day's work, and it's dirty at home. And your elderly father with dementia, I know, defecated in the middle of the room, and you need to remove that. And it's very hard for you to find strength within yourselves to help up the father, to wash him, to wash up the room, then cook dinner for everybody. That's why sometimes relatives, hit the roof. Nobody is insured against that. And then that integrated caregiving, some people encounter very difficult things when taking care of people, especially hygiene, or when you have cooked dinner, you try to feed your grandmother, for instance, and she overturned the plate. It took you forever to cook this meal for her. You could have done something for yourself in that time, but you do it for your relative, and that relative shows ingratitude the way you see it. All those people are simply incapable of understanding that system. They are grateful, but they simply cannot show it because of dementia. And all of this piles up together, and as a result, we have this going through the motions and then a huge feeling of guilt, which is eating at you.
So we're running these groups for caregivers. People come in and they're actually crying. Like, I yelled at my mom. I know it's not her fault. I know it's her disease, not her. But anyway, I did. And so there's a huge burden of guilt at this point. So, right. There's also a sense of diminishing your achievements. It's when you're demotivated to do anything, when trying to avoid complicated stuff, complicated exercises, when you're leaving the hardest tasks for last. And now I'll do something less complex, something more basic. You're reluctant to do anything. You're doing it through some kind of internal strain. It's kind of like I'm doing this because I have to, but who do I owe it to? And what about me? What about my own life? So it's down the drain. It's supposed to go down the drain. I'm tethered to this person. I'm tied to this for life. But there's also other issues, other problems. Walking the dog. There's also my partner, the kids. They're not going away. But normally, it's just one person taking care of the relative, who is taking on the full burden of responsibility, and the others might even take a take a side stand. They're not helping anything in any way. So unfortunately, this is the next stage. This is diminishing or basically, yes, it's depriving of value everything that you have done. Like what kind of a person I am. I have been doing this to my close person, to my relatives, to my next of kin. You have to observe this. You have to follow this, and you have to track this kind of behaviors of yours. Also, there is a physical stress. The body is starting to fall apart. For example, my back fails me. It just aches a lot. Not even massage, nothing can help. It's some kind of internal setting, some kind of psychological stress that causes somatic manifestations. Somebody starts eating a lot, and they don't feel the saturation or the taste of food. They just eat and eat and eat without feeling saturated, or vice versa. You don't eat anything. So I've had both. Like I go to the store, to the grocery store. I'm trying to convince myself, oh, here's a biscuit, here's a sweet, here's some herring, like just the way you like it, and I loathe it. I just hate it. I don't want to buy it, let alone eat it. Possibly everyone has noticed when you're experiencing a lot of stress, under a lot of stress, you're exposed to all kinds of common colds, herpes, bronchitis. You barely recover from one, there's another case of rhinitis or something else. So people experience issues with immunity. If you're seeing that, if you see that, if you notice that in you or in someone you know, it's only going to build up like a snowball. This is going to also affect the life of the person you care about or you're caring for. Also, it's about the cognitive impairment. When you're really tired, when you're under a lot of stress, you fail to remember yourself, or whether you've had a pill, where you put this thing or that thing, when you're barely making through it. It's everything is in a kind of a fog, in a kind of a mist or haze. The brain is slowing down on you. I believe in COVID, we've been through pretty much all of that, all these stages. And one more thing. When these stages are put on top of each other, the burnout is getting worse and worse. You try to provide instantaneous response to any irritator, to any minor stressor. You're getting hysterical, you're getting tears, or you burst into tears because simply your psyche cannot cope. Your mental capacity is failing you. And in that case, this sort of inefficient behavior, when you're harming yourself, you're trying to help yourself, but you're only making things worse. It's mostly about excessive intake of food. Somebody's taking on alcohol, like a glass of wine here, a shot of cognac there, for relaxation. Somebody starts smoking, or they start taking a lot of sleeping pills. Just sleeping pills. They just gonna shut me down, and I will forget about it. So if you're trying to augment, if you feel that you're increasing your medication intake or any kind of the stressor intake, so that's a burnout. That's a sign of burnout. You're grabbing at these things when it's too late. Sometimes early into the burnout, you can take a rest, you can take a breather, and that's it. In a severe stress, you can even go to the seaside, enjoy the best of emotions, but anyway, this is not going to help you deal with advanced burnout. So this topic of burnout of caregivers and violence against senior people, it's related, it's connected, because caregivers, they're simply beyond the effort. They can push their relative in a spurt of anger, and the senior person will fall down and break the femur neck or something like that. It's not because caregivers are bad people essentially. There's so little support and there's so little hope for them oftentimes. In Belarus, there is a lack of a specific organization that helps people, caregivers for dementia. there is a very small foundation, but these support groups I've mentioned, they're really, really important, self-care groups. So what are people facing? What kind of emotions are they going through? Apart from the fact that they have to redesign their life, it's kind of like they have moved into a different country. It's what previous speakers have said. It's kind of like you have to master a new language or some new set of rules, totally different from the ones you were used to before. When dementia comes into a family, this is what you're up against. How to communicate, how to find the right HCP, how to issue the general power of attorney, and so on and so forth. It's all a big mix in your head. With social protection, what are you talking about? We talk about this to caregivers, but they don't know what social protection is, social care. What is palliative care? They seriously ask this question. They have to get down to the bottom of this. And not just that, pretty much any caregiver. I had 3 relatives with dementia, and with every single one, you believe, okay, there's some improvement. My grandma is doing better. Maybe it's not dementia. Maybe it's go away. Maybe it will resolve spontaneously. The sense of hope is still there, deep inside of you. And we all want them to get cured. And all those methods, all those food supplements, you name it. We throw all that at our relative, trying to help him or her. We just don't want to acknowledge. We don't want to come to terms with this is dementia. It's not going to go away. The only way is downward. It's very difficult to accept this acceptance, anger, hopelessness, despair. And basically, it's not just against your close ones. It's often it's geared against yourself. Like, get yourself together, do this, do that. You're supposed to do that. But not everybody is internally or in them. Not everybody is ready to do that. When my aunt fell sick and didn't know about Alzheimer's, I couldn't go to the daycare facility to try and visit her. It was a challenge for me. It was really a strong test. If there was a foundation back then, I would have come to them, and it would have been easier for me to come to her. Ultimately, I failed to visit my aunt at that senior people's home, and I feel this guilt still. I wasn't there for her. I didn't hug her before she died. So these kind of emotions are something that relatives are going through. So a large share of emotions is also on part of the state. I mean, there is lack of understanding. Like, these senior people, nobody wants them anymore. Okay, he or she have gotten old. They've given their life to their country. You know what our senior relatives have done. Those heroic labor feats back in the day. But now nobody wants this old man or woman. And people are wondering, how come? How come there is not a dedicated program to try and help people with dementia? How come nothing exists? But alas, this is the state reality. This is what we experience in our setting. So what other issues might arise? What other emotions? First of all, it's a lack of certainty from the future. We don't know what to expect. It's a future uncertainty. We know that dementia is a severe syndrome that can persist for 5 years, for a decade and a half, and nobody can tell in advance. Nobody can tell. Today it's gonna be better. The dad could still button up his sleeves, button up his shirt, and then when his blood pressure came up, he was unable to do that. Next day he's unable to hold his spoon straight. So anytime things will happen. They will not be able to adapt. Well, you have to be able to adapt. There's also a misunderstanding on the part of relatives. A lot of people are distancing themselves from the sick person with dementia. Ultimately, many relatives who are not really close, or not really next of kin, they are afraid of this. They are afraid of accepting the fact that the disease happened to someone they know. And they're also afraid that those duties will be pinned on them. But if the family is a friendly one, it's all up for discussion. It can all be discussed. Like, get together the close ones, the family, your inner circle, even the neighbors in some cases. whatever you can muster, do that. Somebody can come to the mother once a week and spend some time with her. Somebody can take her out for a walk in the courtyard. Somebody is unable to dedicate their time, but they can provide some money for the medications. That will help those people feel better simply because they contributed. They somehow improved the life quality of the person that they're caring for. And again, they're not overburdening themselves at the same time. So there's quite a bunch of stages we've already gone through. The biggest point I want to emphasize is try to follow these red flags. Try to find those symptoms and take care of your own health so that that burnout is not going to hit you hard. I'm looking at the watch, I'm skipping through my slides. Let's do these stages again. It's like get your stuff to get yourself together, take care. And the final, I mean, everything is bad when exhaustion is beyond limit. Prevention. What are we supposed to do? Well, based on our reality, what can we do? Definitely, we need to learn more about dementia. Information reduces the extent of the severity of stress. For example, my aunt, when we didn't know about dementia, it was 2015. There was not a lot of information available. I didn't have that much knowledge about it. Her sister, my mother, 70 plus, she was actually taking care of her. And the aunt would wake up at night and she would stare at the face of my mother, who was sleeping. Well, ultimately, she woke up at night and she didn't recognize the space around her, the room, but she could all she could recognize was the face of her own sister. This was the only thing she could stare at and feel secure. We didn't know about that. Now we do. So being aware reduces the stress level. You need to be aware of behavior. Everybody can manifest aggression, like grab at sharp objects or something like that. But yeah, things happen. Things can happen. But anyway, awareness is the key to understanding. Information, being informed. Next up, planning. At these self-help schools, we're talking to people. If you found certain signs of dementia in your relative, there must be some planning, medical, social, and legal problems. Medical, like establishing the diagnosis. Again, there are some small-time villages, very poor access to medical help. Whatever you can get your hands on, you diagnose, or you get the person diagnosed. You treat all comorbidities. You treat the teeth. 1 year on, it might be impossible. The lens, eye lens, when the person can sit still for 5 minutes during the eye surgery, fix the lenses, the joints, everything that is there in your in your hometown, treat everything to the best extent possible, because after a certain time, this might be impossible. Protect the property. There is power of attorney. There is also deprivation of legal capacity, various nuances you have to navigate around it. And I'm talking about the Russian context. Social protection, what can be offered? Like a social worker will bring some bags of food. Perfect. 1 hour less shopping, 1 hour more for taking care of yourself. Yes, the social worker is going to do the grocery shopping for you. You can browse through the magazines or read a book, or you can just play some video game or on your smartphone. Try to spend time on yourself, even if it's minimal help that relieves some of your time, some of your effort. Do that. Even like tidying up the apartment, the neighbors can do that, can try and help with that. Any small thing, albeit really minute, albeit really something really small, something insignificant, this will relieve a chunk of time for yourself. Psychological help. I'm not sure whether Belarus has this kind of social hotline, or like psychiatric or psychological hotline. We do have this pan-Russian hotline. You can and you should use it, even if it's just a medical school student at the other end. Just talk to them. Even talking to them, relieving your burdens, it helps. also get together with the friends, caregivers, friends with caregivers. Because when you're talking about the issues that are happening domestically to your colleague, they're not going to be able to relate because they're not living through it. It's not part of their daily life. But when you're talking about your daily routine with caregivers, other caregivers who know what you're saying, well, you simply relieving those emotions. You're setting them free. Don't take them in. Don't keep them inside. I mean, so try and find these groups of interest. Caregivers, self-help. Right now, what we do is somebody offers their apartment as a meeting venue. People bring in some good stuff to go with tea and some bakery and pastry, and there we go. This is how it's done. There's also art support. There are art groups. 2 hours of drawing, of painting. So with an art therapy. Left hemisphere, right hemisphere. I don't even remember which one that is. But the pictures are really nice. The paintings. Any kind of creativity is good. It's great. And also, I don't know if daycare centers are available in Belarus, daycare facilities. There are not too many in Russia. Senior people's homes, take a tour and look at what's going on there. Nobody's going to tell you, okay, you're a bad relative. You have simply shipped your mother off to a senior people's home and forgot about her. Forget it. People who are saying this have never faced this issue, have never faced this dilemma. A bad thing is when you're not visiting them. Good relatives are visiting the sick relatives. It's not a closed facility. You can bring some diapers, for example, bring some goodies for them to enjoy, and take them back home for holidays or something like that. Communication, I believe, that's going to be discussed tomorrow. Some communicative skills are a must to be able to understand how to handle or how to better help your relative. Abandon all hope or bury all hope. Well, this is indeed an important thing, an important point, because we're helping until the last day, until the last moment, and we're trying to. There is some hope that some stuff is going to get better, or some things are going to get better, and this hope is building up inside of a person's soul. It's making things difficult, and there are some psychological techniques, some psychological methods how to bury that hope. Like the disease has come, it's there to stay. It's only going to go downhill. It's only going to get worse. With that stages, minus those stages, but it will gravitate towards it will move towards the end, and there's nothing we can do about it. Yes, you can do some kind of exercises. You can improve life quality. There could be better nutrition, better stuff. But objectively, if we're looking at a normal person, well, there's simply no time for that.
That's why perhaps an important thing here is to maintain a proper quality of life for all your family, which is possible under the current circumstances, because not everybody has enough money or can afford a nurse or a caregiver, or even sometimes it's hard to put everybody together in the same room. Some caregivers are writing to us and saying that my husband, my mother-in-law, and my children are all in the same apartment. This is the situation some people find themselves in, and sometimes I read advice that you have to take care of mother first for half an hour and somebody else then. It's very hard to do in a very congested environment. We do whatever is possible under our circumstances. Be kind to yourself. Indeed, sometimes when we find ourselves in this situation, we are quite critical about ourselves. We must do something, but you need to think about yourself as well. Your life is also important. The previous lecture, remember, says that every life is important and valuable, which includes your life as well as a caregiver. You're needed. You're needed not only to your mother with dementia, you're needed to your children and even to your cat, which cannot buy his own food. And this feelings of guilt when I went out together with my girlfriends and left my mother alone in the apartment, maybe I instead should have stayed with her. You need to balance this caregiving with your personal life. My favorite advice about how emotions can be vented. Have you heard about the crying pillow? I have a crying pillow. I cry into it. You cannot sleep on it. Of course, you can go outside and shout out at the outside, but I live in a densely populated area. You cannot do that. So I have a shouting pillow. I shout into it. Really shout and yell at it. Nobody can hear you and you feel better. After that, you might sob and cry, and you vent such emotions. Please buy yourself a shouting pillow. I don't know whether you have this or not. Placed in Moscow, there are such activities. For a certain amount of money, you can come in and start breaking things around, like you break dishes and everything. It is a great exercise, I can tell you. This is a super great corporate idea when sometimes you want to break down the notebook or computer or desktop because you will have to buy the new one, but there you can do that. So any sport, any dances, first of all, it's social activity, music and creativity, and physical activity. Dancing is perfect. Sports, I like running, for instance. You put on running shoes and you're done. You don't need anything else. You can use shorts or sweatpants. I started doing running in 2019. Before that, I didn't do that. So any kind of physical labor, cleaning, mopping around, you need to pump your cortisol out of yourselves. Washing clothes, breathing exercises. There are all sorts of breathing exercises. For instance, whenever I go to bed, when I'm already lying in bed, I count to 4, I breathe in, count to 4, breathe out, and then you fall asleep easily. There are meditations, but meditations do not work for me very well. I fall asleep right away. And relaxation methods, I like Jacobson, who advises contracting different muscles, starting down from your legs up to your body, up to your facial muscles. I start doing that. Also, shedding tears. Whenever you cry without reason is also venting emotions. I cry a lot, actually. I even have crying diary, and I put down notes there whether I cry today or not. Grieving, we're all in grief because we are bereft of our relatives or loved ones. This is real grief. We have lost these nice opportunities because our loved one has fallen ill. So don't be shy of grief. Depression indeed is dangerous. If you show such signs of depression, like here, you start noticing that something is wrong. Don't be afraid to go to a psychiatrist because antidepressants are our friends. There are very good antidepressants. I take some of them. Well, it's hard to live without them, and the work is hard in terms of we are having so many difficult situations that we cannot manage because we cannot rely on anything. So antidepressants help us to stay in shape. What else? Our own needs. For women, it is important to take care of themselves. It does work. As soon as you go to hairdressers and do your brows and manicure, for instance, I haven't been to a manicurist for ages. It looks different. It feels different. And I strongly advise you to go and do yourself a new hairdo or manicure. Take care of yourself. Buy yourself some face masks. If you put a face mask on and you feel yourselves better, take care of yourself. It all works. These are all small, redundant things, but if you make the small steps, they all help. Yes, accept assistance and do not deny professional help. So these are some of the exercises you can do at home. You can revise your state of mind like this. Also, some questions that you can periodically ask yourselves and look at what level you are at the moment. And this is the work plan that we advise for our caregivers, some medical, social issues, and legal issues. We have, power of attorney that makes caregiving much easier because any criminals can read the face of your loved one with dementia much easier than you. For Uncle Vaisek can come in and say that I'm a volunteer, and your grandmother can love him much stronger than you. Okay, that's it. I think I've done it quickly enough. Are we on time? Almost a bit over time. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. I believe that we can go for a coffee break, and you can approach our speaker there. Coffee break is designed until 4 p.m. It means that at 4 p.m. sharp, we need to be back here. And let's use this quality time to ask questions and have your picture taken and go to the parkour and do exercises and drink some coffee too. And hand in your interpretation devices, don't forget that either.
Пока мы собираемся, мы на самом деле можем уже немножечко обсудить, как ваши...
Rounding up, maybe we can already share some thoughts. How are you doing? Great, some people are responding. Very good. Who managed to walk around the stations and test them? Please raise your hands. I see many people. And who saw there also the special suit? You have seen it. Good. Oh, you haven't reached that far. I didn't announce it, but some people have tested it already. I know that. Okay, very good. It's a small teaser for you. Did you enjoy the stations? I will give you the microphone so that everybody can hear, not even in this room, but also people who are watching us online. You can pass your regards to them. The station with a very nice young person standing by, where you should put bowls from one plate to the cup. I experienced some difficulties with that, but my colleague didn't. I personally had a lot of difficulties with that, but there's a similar game in the game zone in Kuibyshevo. There, they have a screen, and using the screen, you need to put the puzzle together. And it was also very difficult to do it. Seemingly, it looks easy, but for me, it turned out to be quite difficult. But the second zone, unfortunately, we didn't walk all the way to it. How many did you go through? Only two. Okay. We are going to catch up tomorrow. Okay, good to know. So the second zone with the pie recipe, actually I wasn't there myself. It was very interesting and fun experience for us. Not to spoil the experience for you, the girl is reading out the words, unknown words. Can you speak into the microphone? I'm sorry, I'm not used to this microphone. So the words are not clear when she reads 6 or 7 through them. You have to explain those words without mentioning them. I don't want to spoil the experience for you. I strongly recommend you going through that station. It isn't it very interesting? It sounds very much like Crocodile. Actually, I advise people playing Crocodile game or the word games when you should explain a word by using other words. Yes, some people felt energized there. Maybe new neuronic links were revived with Alyona. The second station was not that difficult, actually. Thank you. Anybody else? Who else attended those stations? Who went through all the stations? Oh, okay. Who went through 3 of them? Okay, tell us about the 3 stations. 4 even. Okay. The 4th one was the suit, no? Okay. Please share. I know everything was quite calm. Yes. Calm like what? I didn't find it too difficult, or I wasn't really that emotional about it. That maybe I'm a calm person myself, but was it hard for you to move things around for you? Yes, that thing with the plates to move around the food, it was quite difficult, but I worked it out. Okay. So a calm person knows that it is difficult. Okay, interesting. Thank you. Okay, you're next. Hello. I think I went through almost all the stations, and I always try to feel myself not in my own body, but in the body of an elderly person. For instance, when I was tying my shoelaces, I understood that my fingers do not bend. I understand that I'm hitting the roof. I want to throw it away. I was even furious at the shoemaker. Why use the shoelaces in the first place instead of using Velcro? And it was similar experience at other stations. As a person without dementia, I hopefully made everything happen, but still that feeling of annoyance when you feel disoriented, when you have to move around the circles, or when you have to use and dab the makeup on through a mirror image, and you understand that another person with dementia lives in that environment, in a constant feeling of disorientation. It is a tough experience, but these stations are great exercise-wise. I heard something about makeup in mirror image, and I'm afraid of that. When I hear about makeup and mirror, the two things together make me scared. I don't have to stand up. No, you don't have to stand up. I went through 4 stations, and I envy those people who found those stations easy, because I didn't find them easy at all, and it is very difficult for me to do spacious stuff. I'm afraid what will happen to me when I'm 40. I tested the suit. The suit is lying around in the corner. The black things, try to put them on, because for me it was like complete submersion, how literally difficult it was for me to be an elderly person. You will see this suit here. I was wearing that suit for a number of minutes, and everything is painful to me. I also try to put on the corset and the gloves. And when you cannot hear anything, I realize that it's very difficult for me when I cannot hear things, and when my fingers don't bend. It was quite difficult and scary experience for me. Interesting enough, because I approached that moment, and funnily enough, I saw the face when you saw me with the corner of your eye, and when you turned around telling me I cannot hear you. Yeah, I gave you a friendly warning. So when I had to put something from one plate to another, it was totally disoriented. I don't understand how people can do that. And I think much more empathy I received. I like elderly people and my grandmother too. And now I could feel myself how difficult it is for them. So thank you very much for those people who arranged and organized such stations. Thank you. I strongly recommend going through those stations whenever you have free time. So, have you energized yourselves during the coffee break? Good. Friends, I suggest we continue. The next Stanislavchik. She's the representative of the Belarusian Association of Social Workers. She will speak about the online and mobile resources for monitoring of health for yourself and your loved ones. Alena, over to you now. Thank you very much. I'm happy to welcome everybody here. How do you feel? Great, especially after the coffee break. We all feel a bit relaxed. Before I start, I need a volunteer for the next block of events. I'm going to tell you about the GERT suit. This is the GERT empathy suit, and we need a very courageous volunteer now. We have a lot of courageous people. Yes, I see the first person over there. We have a volunteer. Good. I will kindly ask you to approach me before I start, because you're going to have a totally different thing. You won't hear the first part, and many other things you won't be able to hear, actually. And now, together with my assistant, you will step out, and she will show you where it is and what it's all about. But before we start, I would ask you 2 things. Please be mindful of the information I'm going to share with you. You know, next week, on the 3rd of November, you have an appointment with Dr. Tvaryanskoy, 13. Remember about this. Don't forget. And also, these are your personal things. Please prepare them, put them in the drawer. When you return back as an elderly person, I will tell you what needs to be done next. You can shove them over there. I see everybody feels stressed. Maybe there are some other shelves over there. Good. What's your name? Vera. Okay, Vera. Well, we will be waiting for you. So it was a small side note. I will explain now what it is all about and what it has in store for you. But before we move over to the empathy subject matter, I would like to share with you some information, or rather opportunities, that are available for self-health control, because many things were said today about the risk factors in dementia, what can be done to maybe suspend some of the symptoms, prevent some social difficulties with health. And very briefly, I will tell you about the available opportunities in Belarus. For instance, our organization, together with our colleagues, have developed a mobile app that I would like to discuss with you. Next slide, please. Or I can do it myself. Very good. Now, I'm not going to talk too much about dementia because people have discussed it at length today already with the social and other types of impact. Here you can see the list in principle, social, economic difficulties and liabilities, both for economy, society, any government actually, or any family that encounters and faces this problem. Still, one way or another, it relates to all sorts of people. It's not all about one single person or his or her family or the society or community where that person resides. Again, today I'm going to focus on the person with dementia, not only on the elderly, because we were discussing today already that this disease is getting younger, and often we encounter the problem of dementia in a quite young age. Now, very briefly, I would like to tell you about the existing opportunities. Maybe people have heard about all sorts of implements and tools that help one way or another people function, be it young or elderly person, person with dementia, person with cognitive dysfunctions. There are all sorts of things available, maybe not readily available in Belarus, but maybe elsewhere. And these things are targeting a number of aspects which might cause difficulties with the functioning of a person with cognitive disorders. First of all, we're talking about memory loss disorders. You know, there are all sorts of reminders and special kind of watch and instruments that can help people remember information, that remind that person about certain information. Second thing is the security and safety. It's also very important. There are all sorts of very functional devices that help a person with dementia, a person with cognitive disorders to live independently. But as long as the family can keep an eye on that person, there are all sorts of remote surveillance devices that help the family to see what is going on at home of the person with dementia. If they fall down, the system sends an alert. There are automatic systems which are switched off when the water is raised up to a certain level. The water tap is switched off, or there's the system of automatic switch off of the gas line. It can be arranged, and if such devices are accommodating the living space of the person, in spite of the difficulties that person experiences, they can exist and reside independently with this sort of support. All these gadgets are getting better and smarter, which is good, because they provide a unique opportunity for such a person to feel the autonomy and feel that they're not so much dependent on their surrounding and people. And it is an important aspect what, for instance, Ludmila Verkina keeps talking about at all our seminars and trainings and conferences, is that we must not deprive a person of their independent functioning possibility. So the person, if possible, can be allowed to function independently for as long as possible. If they're experiencing difficulties, you can use such smart devices and tools to reorganize their living space so that that person could reside independently. If a person is failing in this, if we're talking about severe cases, then we still must leave that person with as many house chores and tasks as possible. Speaking about all sorts of health monitoring systems, I don't know whether you're aware of them or not, but in 2019, the WHO published a guideline on prevention of dementia and cognitive disorders. And a group of experts was working on these guidelines from different fields of study who were studying the theme of dementia and its different manifestations, and they came up with a list of recommendations that we need to be mindful of. And in principle, when a person is still healthy and the cognitive functions are good, and when they start to deteriorate, what needs to be done. And that guidelines describes these recommendations. There are not so many of them, but the WHO has identified some mandatory recommendations and the ones which are optional.
Now, it's desirable that these processes are ongoing, so to keep them running. Basically, you have seen the major aspects here. They highlighted 12 of them out there. Physical activity in particular, I don't think it needs to be explained, self-explanatory, why it's necessary. It's important that the person maintain or remain physically active, take care of their own health, take care of their physical condition, take care of that. So next is giving up smoking. I also hope that it's self-explanatory. Abandoning alcohol and abandoning from smoking. So it's a recommendation for pretty much everyone, unless you want to face health complications. If we're talking about a person that's functioning okay at this point, and still there are certain issues with cognitive functions in that person, then definitely all these things are off limits. And also there are other recommendations and guidelines for nutrition. I mean, it's mainly geared towards people with moderate cognitive impairment and with some person, either for some person with persons with complications. I recommend you have a look at the documents, familiarize yourself with it. However, all these aspects have been taken into account by our colleagues when we were preparing this toolkit. And the remaining parts, the health control, I mean, the indicators that need to be monitored, of course, it's body weight control. Well, obviously, it's obesity. This way or another, it's going to bring about some comorbidities, some complications. Some other aspects will suffer. Hypertension, Ludmila has already mentioned that. If that's a person with existing hypertension, then it's definitely blood pressure control is a must. However, there are people with certain risks or that face certain risks of elevated BP or hypertension. They disregard their condition already now. Arterial hypertension, yes, it's a condition that people know about. Okay, there are spikes in arterial pressure. It's okay. I'm still young. I'm doing fine. However, it might blow over in the future. In most cases, it will not blow over, and it will actually develop into a major problem. DM control, diabetes mellitus control. It's again something that people, especially doctors, mention. These are the consequences that people with dementia face. It's not always that people bring their symptoms to the doctors. That diabetes mellitus can be diagnosed at a later stage, which again brings about the risk of cognitive impairment development, and dementia, and other bad stuff, other complications. Lipid exchange or lipid metabolism disorders. Doctors talk to us about cholesterol monitoring. Yes, cholesterol, LDL is a big risk of cardiovascular diseases and all the other comorbidities. It's one of the major causes of death on the planet. Mental health. Multiple times this topic was mentioned, this topic was brought forward. Unfortunately, this is the kind of topic we also tend to disregard. We tend to ignore when we're doing fine, when we're functioning. We pay no attention to it. We fail to take a second thought, pause and think about it. If we're facing some difficulties, okay, we will try to get them resolved. If we're trying to use some common means to try and handle that issue. However, oftentimes people with mental health issues, they don't come to specialists. They believe if they survive the depression, they live through it, it's going to be fine. However, it's not. It will affect health at a later stage. Depression symptoms can come back unless they're treated, unless the underlying problem is identified and handled and dealt with. So one of the recommendations is to monitor psychological mental health. And one of the key problems is loss of hearing. That's an important part. Because oftentimes loss of hearing is attributed to old age. Okay, if you're old, what do you want? Your hearing will be lost. However, that's really an aspect of reproach against the system of healthcare. Sometimes people, doctors, healthcare professionals, they don't care about this, or they tend to disregard this. When people fail to perceive information properly, audially, yes, it's very important. So please have a seat. Hello, good to see you. Yes, somebody might give a chair to that senior person out there. Happy to welcome you. Thank you for being here. Right, so anyway, these recommendations coming from doctors, they're supposed to be there, recommendations for hearing loss prevention. If you're observing that your close person is having a hard time hearing things, hearing words, hearing speech, please make sure you help that, or you try to alleviate that problem. Don't get to the point until that person loses the hearing completely and stops perceiving the surrounding environment completely. A hearing aid is there, cochlear implants, this kind of stuff. So more than a decade ago, the World Health Organization came up with a project that's essentially it's mobile health, where all aspects with respect to healthcare and aging and healthcare in advanced age. So this is basically here. I mean, there is a Be Healthy and Be Mobile initiative. There are various tools to monitor various diseases or potential diseases, like diabetes mellitus. There's also dementia. Unfortunately, not all these apps are available in languages we understand, so we're trying to develop some of our own tools. And the second part is what I was going to advocate, what I was going to promote. There is this system of ICOPI. It's integration concept of caring for senior people, international comprehensive help. So basically, there is diagnostics. I mean, we do that. We give that tool for people that are doing diagnostics in senior citizens and senior people. There is a mobile app which is quite usable. I mean, the usability is very good. You can study impairments across various aspects, like the ones you see on the screen on the right. So you can check out the health condition, and you can figure out what kind of help that person needs. So why am I advocating this? Well, a lot of experts contributed to the development of this tool. It's so practice-oriented that it's the best you can get, up to the point that there are simple language, like clear language explanations about what you're supposed to do to measure the hearing problem, or to assess the hearing impairment, or to assess vision acuity, to assess the function, how the physical capabilities are deteriorated. So it's ICOPI. This is a great tool. Please use it. Another thing, there was a joint project. Several organizations got together, and they basically created a tool to help caregivers. People who are taking care of their sick relatives, not necessarily relatives, could be neighbors, friends, and for experts who are assessing the needs in care, meaning experts from social institutions, from medical institutions. They all got together and put this, create this program. There is a Jewish organization, Chesed Rachamim. There is a Belarusian Association of Social Workers, Belarusian Geriatric Center, and there was also a research development R&D Institute for Ministry of Labor and Social Protection involved. So this mobile app is geared towards two groups of users. When you access it, well, I will then give you the information where to download it, where to get hold of it. When you go to this elderly care app, you can select your role because the functionality will depend on that, or you can select the role of an expert. For experts, first and foremost, there is an evaluation system, automated evaluation system to try and look into the needs for care. It's a professional tool, so I get it. Some people will not be able to figure it out, and non-professional lay people will have an issue dealing with it. But for experts, it's so great because it takes into account all the aspects of senior person's functioning. Also, it monitors all possible risk factors that can bring about complications or impairment, and gives recommendations for further care. There are 3 blocks according to which the overall state of the person is assessed. There is block number 1, social adaptation and integration, the physical condition, how the hearing, sight, and other things, how they help them socially function, how independent they are at home, whether they can perform or cannot perform any routine tasks. They need support, or they're facing certain specific limitations and they can function by and large. So that's the second block. And the third block is social risks, of course. If there's a senior person leading a solitary lifestyle, so there are many questions, whether they need help, where they live, in what conditions they live. I mean, the actual apartment or room that they live in. Are there any aggravating circumstances? Do they consume alcohol? Are there people next to them that might get violent against these senior people? So ultimately, what the system calculates all or does the math basically, and provides the recommendations about the current status or the current level of the senior person and how the care program should be adapted or modified. The relatives, this elderly care section for relatives, it's more practice oriented, it's more basic. We try to make it easy to use because not every person is going to figure it out. We've tried to make it as simple as possible for the relatives, for the close ones. It's the same questions, but put in a clearer manner, to make sure that relatives can assess the current state of their patients, of the relative with dementia. So do they need to seek help for that person? If there is a cognitive impairment, are they supposed to seek psychiatric or psychological help, or some other tertiary care, some other neuro specialist? There could be certain problems where people cannot function independently, autonomously. So is there other services available? Can that person get help? Because the way I see it, that person can raise themselves off the bed, can do something. Is that normal, or there are some impairments still that need to be addressed? So ultimately, a layperson, be it a relative or a friend, they're answering the questions and they're getting the score, the actual condition of the person that they care for. And if there are complications, there are special warning signs that tell them where to go to, like a social service or social welfare centers. This is the same situation as in Russia, pretty much. Unless people have been exposed to social services system, polyclinics are easier. They know pretty much very well what this basic clinical center is. But if we're talking about social services, it's not always the case that people know what they're entitled to, what their relatives are entitled to, and where to get that. So there are recommendations like your close person, your next of kin is facing certain issues, or for example, there is a block for condition assessment and it shows that there are serious cognitive impairments already. So you need to seek help, and there are recommendations on where to seek it and what kind of help that should be. There's also emotional state assessment, whether the person is included, excluded, or withdrawn from daily life. If the caregiver marks there are no interests, well, there's a additional pop-up question, like, have there been interests before? Maybe that person led a solitary lifestyle even before dementia hit them. Or maybe they withdrew from activities for a number of reasons, or some certain reason. So this tool has been made as simple to use as it can get. There are hints, there are special ways to try and tell how a question can be asked, like when the emotional status can be assessed, over what period this should be done. And also there is analytics that the relatives can get out of that tool. I wish to thank our Republican Center from the Geriatric or Gerontology Center. They took a long time to perfect these tools. The first tool is the diary for health control. It's the things that I've been talking about before. All of them have been taken into account. All the parameters that need to be monitored at all times, they're listed in this tool. Also, since we asked our colleagues to make it easier, oftentimes there is this problem that HCPs talk this jargon language. We try to test the perception of this information. When we say norm, why is it norm? How do we measure and make sure it's within the norm? How to monitor if that parameter remains normal or goes beyond the allowed threshold. So if it's red, and also color coding, if it's red, then something needs to be done. And the norm is in green, with also some hints and tips how to measure glucose level, like fasting glucose, blood sugar control, how to measure the BP correctly, and so on and so forth, with all the handful hints and tips. Also, there are tools to control the person's well-being, if they can do that themselves, if they live alone. On the other hand, what we had in mind when we were designing this, there's also a broken communication between the caregiver, the patient, and the doctor, the attending physician. Of course, that relative who is taking care of the sick patient not communicating with the doctor every day. When they summon the doctor comes and say, okay, I see that the situation is critical. Now, what about the conditions? What about the prerequisites? What happened before? It's a good thing if some diary is maintained by the relative. This can be like basic medical history. But show of hands, how many people control their disorders? None, not a single one. Okay, one person raised their hand. Okay, right. This is a reason to pause and think, right? This helps a lot because the system remembers all this information, and then you can just display a graph how this health was fluctuating throughout the month, throughout the year, throughout even the past week. This is a helpful tool for the doctor to analyze the prerequisites, to analyze what happened before, the status ante. If they show some critical point, what happened at this point, what happened around this event. Maybe that person drank or had something or ingested something they were not supposed to ingest. And also there is another important aspect that I've been mentioning. It's what our colleagues have said. It's risk factors for non-infectious diseases. These NIDs is a critical point. They're also part of the important health score. Whether a person is mobile, whether they smoke or not, whether they, well, various aspects are pretty much well described in there. And there's another important section that we try to fill with content, and we're still, it's a work in progress. There is a section that's called useful info, where we upload various interesting lessons, like videos, like recommendations, guidelines for adults person care, how to arrange the space, how to take care of the person so that there are no bed sores, how to carry out neurogymnastics, We put together the content and information from all our colleagues, and we make sure it finds the way to that useful hints and tips section, useful information section. So the final point, 2 platforms. You can get this app on Android, on Google, and an app. You can download it from the Medical Social Workers Association's website. It's mhadvice.by. There are useful resources and there are the files. We had an issue with Apple Store. There are certain restrictions that Belarus can do about this in Play Market. So unfortunately, you can only download it and install it autonomously from our website. It's an open source. I mean, it's an open application that's distributed for free for everyone. Another example I wanted to cite at the end of my presentation, jointly with our partners, we've come up with a website on healthcare, mental health care. For 15 years, for the past 15 years, we've been working in this domain. We're trying to help people facing any kind of psychological and mental challenges, support groups, diagnostics. Recently, we've launched this information portal, this website that's supposed to help people that have relatives with psychiatric disorders, psychiatric disorders. So we put put useful content into that onto that website and that portal. So this is it for my part for the topic I wanted to talk about. Please feel free to come forward if there are any suggestions to cooperate. So this is the website of the association. So please make sure you say that slide.
Yes, please write to us about any questions you have, because we work about a broad range of subjects, not only about elderly people with dementia. Okay, now we'll skip over right to the next topic. I would ask the organizers to put my next presentation on the screen. This will be about the GERT empathy suit. My question about our elderly person, how do you feel? Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting rid of this suit. I feel being annoyed that as soon as I want this lecture to end up as soon as possible so that I can remove this suit. Yes, I feel that my movements are restricted. I keep feeling annoyed and irritated. I want to get rid of it. Wait a second, we haven't even started yet. It's just the beginning. Absolutely. Okay. Why do we need all of that? Why are we torturing a person here? Let's discuss this. Many times today already we were discussing how to develop empathy. And a question asked by somebody whether empathy can be trained or coached. You have already answered this question. We can, and we should. There are all sorts of tools that can be used to do that. Today, some of you went through a number of stations along the line, as we say, and you felt yourself, have learned something, some new things, put on these elements and realized that it's quite hard to cope with these things. Together with my colleagues, now we have a second proposal. When we were thinking what we're missing in our educational workflow, because we are working on training caretakers and social workers who sit with the elderly people. That includes also psychologists and specialists from the healthcare system. And the chief question, or rather challenge always raised, is that, yes, we explain many things. We try to demonstrate how it functions, but how to make sure that a specialist would be fully immersed in the experience, because empathy is born out of what? And first of all, especially answering your question, when empathy is not developed in a person, it's quite a difficult thing to learn about. And the first answer to that question would be through personal experience only, no way around it. Because you can forever explain how difficult it is for a person to function while seated in a wheelchair. Explain is easy, but to feel it is much more instructive. That's what we're going to discuss, yes. And now, how can we do this? This is exactly why we have started a project where we'll be training both the specialists, like formal caregivers, the ones who take care of the elderly people with physical and cognitive disorders, and based on all sorts of facilities, and for the relatives, because it's even harder for the relatives. Alexander mentioned that, because whereas a professional, they were exposed to this information about the symptoms, what can lead to, for a relative, theoretical knowledge is quite difficult to wrap their mind about. That is why today, our volunteer here, who kindly agreed to try it on for size, and some of the manipulations have already been done before, but we would like to complete it and say that this is not a complete training. The full cycle of training implies that the person who is wearing this suit should feel the whole length of difficulties a person, the elderly person, is experiencing difficulties, like it is very difficult even to stand up. That's why barrier-free environment is important. And the empathy suit is used to understand the condition of the person who is encountering all sorts of physical and cognitive dysfunctions. And some of the manipulations have been done already by my assistants. I will ask you now to approach us now. And before we share our final impressions, I would ask you to take your things out of the shelf, because we'll have 2 more exercises before we continue.
Хорошо. Вы хорошо справились.
Good. You did a great job. I will explain why we need that, because we have to run away soon. So please put it on. Put on this coat, because we have to leave in just 2 minutes. While you're putting it on, I will be speaking to the people in the room. Those people who are taking care of the elderly, sometimes they feel what Alexander mentioned, irritation, annoyance, because the bus is leaving soon. We have time to make what's happening, what's wrong with you? And we feel annoyed. We want something to happen faster, so that an elderly person would feel somehow differently to easy test. What is wrong? It's just a code. What is so difficult about the code? Okay, let me help you with the code here. What's wrong? What have you done with this code? Again, every day, again and again, same old, same old. So see, we're running late. I'm not sure that we can make it. Okay, my God. Mother, can you help me somehow? Please help me. I'm doing my best. Have you seen it before? Have you felt it? This is... So, what's so difficult about this? Okay, we put it on somehow. Can you button it up? Unlikely. Okay, let's walk on unbuttoned. I'm going to gather all of the other things. And you, Mother, please prepare 1 ruble 90 kopecks to buy bus tickets. Very often, we are irritated because of the behavior of another person. It seems like they're making fun of us. They're doing it on purpose. Like they're talking, they're walking around. I'm not talking about severe cognitive disorders. Now we are talking about a person without severe cognitive disorders. They still can function properly. Mother, we're running late. Can you do it quicker, please? Thank you. And I think many of you have seen a picture like this. Have you seen it before? Where? In a shop. And how Alexander knows what she's talking about. And at home, in a shop, we see it very frequently. Okay, put it back. You can agree, right? Especially when we are in a shop, when we're running late, often we get irritated. Why is she so much of a slowpoke? What elderly people are doing in the shop? They what? They give everything, all the change to the cashier, because it would be easier like that, because she understands that she's not going to do a quick job about that. And okay, let's start torturing our volunteer. We are observers now. It's interesting, we have seen it before, all of us have seen it before in a shop, in a home environment. What about the person who is the subject of this experiment? Please share. First of all, I can say that I'm quite an active person. And whenever I read a story about dementia and similar diseases which make people less active, I understand that it's much more difficult for such people. As soon as they start to put on the vest, I started to feel the heaviness. It's not a corset, but still I feel that it's hard for me to breathe in that. And also while I was being dressed, I felt even more discomfortable. I was walking up the stairs. I will explain what my assistants were doing. They made the person to climb up and down the stairs. Climbing up, climbing down was more difficult because it was quite difficult. I usually do everything quickly, and I realized that if I do it quickly, I might fall down, and it can create even greater discomfort for me. Then I climbed up, and it was quite a physical exercise for me. It was quite uncomfortable. The only thing that made me happy, that how I was doing my laces. When I've been working as a psychologist quite recently. Before that, I worked as a nursery, and my motor functions have always been good. As alcoholics with Alzheimer's disease, professional skills are the last to go, so to say. So I've always been quick with my motor functions of fingers, so it was easy for me to make my laces. But we have all seen how you try to put on the coat. I don't know why it didn't work out with me, but what feeling did you have? Yes, the feeling of powerlessness. And when somebody like my daughter speeds me up, and she makes you feel that you're keeping everybody waiting, and there is a feeling of guilt that you cannot do it quicker. So the general feeling is dissatisfaction, right? And also, Vera had another exercise to write something down. She had to write a text. But it says Vera Mikhailovna is saying, it's like a will. She's writing a will. Often people of our age, they encounter difficulties whenever they are asked to put their signature down, right? Yeah, sometimes it can be difficult actually about the hearing when they put the earphones on it. I felt okay, but then the longer I spend in my wearing these earphones, I start to feel I heard less and less. When you ask the question about me, I understand that I have to answer this, but I didn't hear the actual question, what I had to say. Did I have to say something? So basically you missed the question, yes. And now, to summarize, did you have a changeover of your mindset somehow? Yes, empathy is advisable for any person, for a psychologist or any other professional. But this feeling of powerlessness and what the feeling that you'll lose some of your motor functions that you had no problems with before. It aggravates your self-esteem, and it makes life more difficult for people, although people are not to blame for what they're experiencing. Thank you, Vera Mikhailovna. You know what? One thing to note here, especially those people who were sitting in the front row, might have noticed that Vera started to speak louder, independent of the microphone. Yes, indeed. Yes, thank you, Vera Mikhailovna. Yes, you'll be assisted by our assistants to get out of this suit. Before you go, Vera Mikhailovna, thank you very much. Thank you. Maybe I should also be tested? Vera, mother, do you remember? Remember when we have a doctor's appointment? It was November 3rd. I'll go to a therapist, Varnyanskого 3, but I will explain why I remembered it. Working in a medical sector, I've been working in a reception for 3 years, and this address was our address where I used to work. That's why it is super easy for me to remember. Anyway, you remember the general information, which means what? Which means that the cognitive functions are still intact. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I believe that in principle, everybody now sees more clearly what we imply here. You heard some of the principal things from Vera, what we were discussing in theory, that a person might experience, like powerlessness. They feel the reduction of their self-esteem. And this is something we keep talking about, how to understand that it's happening only by feeling it yourself. This is the best option. Once again, for those people who maybe forgot this program, we're starting it. Soon we're going to take on for another training course, social workers. If we have social workers in this room, we'll take people from medical healthcare sector and psychologists and social workers. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much. It was indeed very engaging. Friends, we're moving on. And next, we're going to have a whole set of 4 speakers. We are moving over to yet another interesting, fun part that we're going to discuss all sorts of things and all sorts of questions that you have. We're going to have 4 speakers who are going to use like 5-10 minutes to discuss all sorts of things, and then we'll discuss things with them. And the first lecturer I invite is Sigrid Spinbelk, Caritas representative from Austria. Hello, everyone. Good evening. I represent Caritas Austria, which acts here as an NGO. I haven't prepared a big, full-fledged lecture because I think you have heard already much information today, but I would like to draw your attention to the fact that such an NGO as Caritas, what we can do for relatives, for loved ones, for families, which are taking care or accompany people with dementia. If we speak about relatives, parents, we keep saying that they're not only taking care, because that caretaking is, people start thinking about medical type of care, that you need to administer pills, I know, put on diapers, but you all know anyway that people with dementia, can you please speak closer to the microphone, like this? Yes. That they might be in a good physical condition for a number of years, and that's why we're saying, we're talking about families who are taking care and accompanying people with dementia. If we try to say how many people are involved here, I'm sorry for my errors. If we compare Belarus and Austria, for instance, we have more or less 9 million total population. In Austria, we have 1 million relatives, next of kin or informal caregivers who take care or accompany the elderly. 1 million people. Can you imagine? It's quite a lot of people engaged in these activities. Of course, they are not doing it around the clock. They do it once or twice a week, and then can be more intensive, but many of them, anyway, are doing it round the clock. 80% of people who require such assistance and support, they reside at home, which means that the support for such families and such relatives is one of the principal tasks for our society. And it relates not only to the Caritas agenda, but it relates to the whole country of Austria, which is getting older. How can we support such families? On the one hand, we have all sorts of these services on state contract, mobile assistance, Meal on Wheels, I don't know what do you call it. They deliver and cater all sorts of hot meals. Also, we have daycare centers for the elderly. We have some specialized centers for people with dementia.
In Austria, there are also people that want care, that need follow-up, that need day-to-day assistance, aid. If they're autonomous, they receive certain welfare benefits from the state that they can use to pay for the services. But it was a bit tough. We spoke up together with other NGOs, not just Caritas, because previously these benefits were geared towards people with physical impairment and not mental, like dementia was out of that scope. And only several years ago, Austria started considering dementia as part of that list, so that people could benefit from those social welfare payouts. Specifically as Caritas, what we can do, here's what. We can organize, same as Altrus, we can put together a school for relatives. There are different versions of how it can be, there are different visions, there are different like complexity, there is online and offline format, and there are also varying opportunities, different opportunities created for families and for relatives to learn more about dementia. And I believe that awareness and knowledge in this domain is paramount. It's important that you should know what it says right there in the guidelines. First you must learn, then you must be trained, and only then you can help such families in distress and need. So our groups of self-help, they can meet at senior people's homes. There are also ways for them to interact, to talk to each other. If they have any questions, like pending questions, to nurses or to experts on validation, to experts on communication. We also run a hotline. We're running a hotline, which is an important part, because many of them are no longer able to leave the home so much, so often, or they're afraid or reluctant to leave their homes. For that reason, that hotline and online consultation, online consult, is an important service for the relatives, for the families that are taking care of, basically caregivers that provide aid to people with dementia at home. There's also psychosocial consulting, advisory services, if there is counseling available to you in the time of crisis. If you think that you cannot take it no more, you just can't handle, can't cope. We know that these things can happen. Well, it might be, yes, it's quite painful to say a dignified goodbye to a person that you used to know, but this is no longer the person you know. And we've heard that people with dementia having a hard time sleeping at night, even, yes, if you can sleep okay, but they can't, it's a risk of a burnout for you, because no matter how well you sleep, you know that they don't. So this knowledge plus training plus the hotline advisory services that I've mentioned, well, you can just call and talk to the people on the other end. Another successful experience in our case is there are certain days of rest, like 3 or 4 days of rest, where they can be sent to a health resort for several days, like 3 or 4 days. And there are special people that help patients with dementia. Also, these trained experts, they can share experience with the families of the next of kin of this sick relative. They can speak their desires, they can speak their fears, express pretty much anything, confide in these experts. This is another important successful case. These people want to stay at home and they just want to live at home, stay at home, and die at home. This is pretty much the desire or the intention of every person that I've met so far and I'm going to meet in the future, people with dementia. Next up, Caritas is organizing this line of parkour or simulator that you've been able to try out. That's another part of our activity. Caritas Austria is trying to share the knowledge, is trying to spread the knowledge about dementia. Because one thing is if you're a relative of a person with dementia, you can go to the store and you know that you won't be embarrassed there. That makes your shopping tour easier. It helps you shop with ease. Unfortunately, this is a big issue of families the sense of shame. Sense of shame, a feeling of embarrassment is the biggest problem. Is one of the biggest problems for caregivers. Up to 60% of people that accompany their sick relatives, they said that they're embarrassed by the relative. They feel ashamed that, again, they will embarrass themselves in the public space. So this is where another spiral of social isolation starts. So it's important not just for the relatives, but also for the immediate surrounding to assess this. I've tried to translate this into Russian, to get this translated into Russian, the dementia-free community concept. It's dementia aware. When we're letting people know, not just the social services, of course, but the mailman, the postal services, the medical care facilities, the primary care, everyone in the neighborhood, so that the relatives feel safer or feel less embarrassed, don't feel as embarrassed as they used to. Because we all know the national strategy on dementia, it's a very good thing, but it's also a very lengthy and complicated process, which means that we start these projects in various localities, tough to reach areas, try to develop this network involving other NGOs. And this is also a major point of help for relatives or for caregivers, non-related caregivers. It's very important to learn from these families, from these friends and relatives, what issues they are facing. I've talked about embarrassment or shame. We will try to put a handle on this issue. However, they are running into other types of problems where people that they care for do not acknowledge this help. They don't feel gratified. There is no gratitude. And this percentage is getting worse and worse. I mean, fewer and fewer people feel gratified because of this. Many times we lose follow-up people with dementia because we know that these relatives that are taking care, they're caring for the relatives, sick relatives, they're having a hard time. And this family situation can change. There are many risk factors. So we can support these relatives the best way we can and support and say what a big cause they're doing, how important the work that they do is. Also, there is a system of volunteers, or volunteer help. Volunteers go out and visit people at home. I mean, people with dementia, obviously. So every couple of hours, weekly or every 2 weeks, they do what people with dementia want. Visit a game of football, play music, whatever they want. This also gives some respite, some time off for the family that is taking care of the sick relative for the remainder of the time. I believe I've recalled pretty much everything. If I forgot anything, it might be dementia. No. We will stock up some questions for you. Yes, so that's experience Caritas Austria. From my personal experience, I can only emphasize it's not always about the resources. It's not always about material support. Of course, putting together a hotline takes money. However, compared to a single day in hospital stay, it's really little. In inpatient stay, 1 day of hospitalization is much more. So we can change the attitude among people to people with the patients with dementia, to persons with dementia. It's free. I mean, changing a mindset or changing the attitude, mending the attitude. It's a very inexpensive thing to do. Treating people with dignity or giving them the dignity they deserve. I believe that Caritas Austria, and pretty much every NGO represented here, they understand that this is what you should do. All you have to do is open up your heart. The rest is free. It's wonderful words, beautiful words. Thank you. So we will leave you be so far, but we will summon you when the time comes. Okay, agreed? The next talk will be by Lyudmila Zhelevich, senior gerontologist. It's action against denial, action against rejection. So many words have been spoken today. I will touch upon the Ministry of Healthcare standpoint, because you understand that the dementia is a comprehensive issue. You cannot put an equal sign with the social issues alone, or cognitive issues alone, or family issues alone. It's all combined. It's a big picture, and it takes the whole society to try and help that person, or these persons. So what does medicine tell us? Healthy lifestyle, right? That's the first tip. The second tip, prevention. Second tip is about prevention. Medicine talks us about dispensarization. Please pass your physical or mental checkup. That's the toughest part, because people tend to deny or reject that. They believe that, okay, this will pass me. I will not be affected. My family will not be affected. That's a misconception. Medicine, of course, provides this guideline, provides these tips, but not everybody listens. They hear, but they don't. They listen, but they don't hear. So there are so many people with chronic diseases that particularly also have some cognitive impairment. What does that tell us? There are so many people out there in need of help simultaneously. Medical help, social help, and societal help from communities, family. What does it take? It takes everyone to be informed in the aspects that they're concerned with. So currently, medicine or the healthcare system, the Republican Gerontological Center, that's the pinnacle of our gerontological service, gerontology service. There's inpatient stay, there's outpatient, also R&D facilities for research. And also dealing with the issues of aging, including dementia. Definitely, we're not at the outset of that path. Medicine does not, it is not the issue of medical workers being unaware of dementia. It's the society is unaware of that. Because us doctors, we will take in everyone. The healthcare professionals will accept everyone to diagnose. But what we want is to instead of diagnosing people, we want to see educated, aware population, families that will come to us at first signs, at first symptoms. when we are able to give advice, preventive advice, not treatment, not prescribed, established diagnosis and prescribed treatment. Or and the family shows up at your doorstep and says, we have this and this, these and these problems. Do you know how many minutes a person has per patient? 15 minutes per patient, 15, or even 12. Like, can you use 12 minutes to try and make sure that the person is profoundly aware of early stage cognitive impairment? Not even close. Only the family, only the close people can detect that. So this is why the role of inner circle or immediate surrounding is so important. You guys are supposed to suspect and bring that person to us. So there is a problem, doctor, this and that. We've had a look at the blood sugar levels. Okay, that's way too up, way too high. That's cognitive impairment. Hypothyroidism. Everybody knows what the thyroid is malfunctioning. The TTH, other hormones are simply not producing, not being produced at the right level. Or the blood pressure is way through the roof. And again, this uncontrolled BP. Of course, there could be some signs of cognitive impairment, also some telltale signs, but that's not dementia. That's something we can fix. This is health and fitness control. And there's another aspect early on. There is an issue of the reluctance of the relative that their close one is experiencing something close or something pre-dementia, something leading up to dementia. So I'll give you an example. I'll cite you an example. A patient comes to me. She's been teaching maths her whole life, and her relatives are telling us, she's doing fine. She's doing well with memory, stuff like that. But yes, she does the sums very well. But everything else, the cognitive impairment is right there. Is right there to see. Well, if she does the sums with the sines, with cosines, with to the power of 2, to the power of 3, I see cognitive impairment in that patient. So it's very difficult to understand. They tend to deny the diagnosis instead of trying to figure out that yes, it may be the case. There is another issue that I keep talking about, this Alzheimer's disease. It runs much faster, it progresses much faster than vascular dementia. And these stages, mild to moderate to severe, they progress very fast. And the relatives keep waiting for something. They keep waiting for a miracle to happen. Well, the miracle is, unfortunately, it's backward. It's progressing. The disease is progressing. So please, Ludmila, help our relative. Yesterday, she was able to answer our questions. Now she's not even speaking up. She's just sitting there. She's completely displaying no emotion. Do something. And I realized that it's a brand new stage. Whereas the family is not ready to embrace that. And they try to bang on the medical institutions' doors, like trying, please help us, please help us. Before that, I warned them. Before she loses her speech completely, please ask all the right questions. Where she wants to be buried, who are the people she wants to see, last, when she's still able to communicate, when she's still able to figure out who's who. Legal issues, legal matters need to be handled, because tomorrow you're not going to be able to do that. You will be tortured by the thought whether you've complied with the last will of a sick person. Plus, burnout progresses very well, very quickly. And unfortunately, that person, the caregiver, potential caregiver, will face the similar issues. It's step 4 in our guidelines. You come to a patient with dementia, and you pay attention to the condition of the caregiver. Step 4. That's exactly. It's the second patient for us. And well, forgive me for saying this, but we're supposed to dedicate as much attention to that person as to the original, as to the actual patient. And you know, it's a comprehensive issue. And for that reason, informing or making the society aware is a very important component. Alena took the floor today. She was talking about our joint project, the empathy, the other stuff. We are putting tools together. Yes, Android, Apple, iStore, the suit you name it. So this information can be delivered to the society in a variety of ways. Only together we can shift, we can contribute to a positive shift. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. One more speaker is up. It's Denis Orlis. He's a business representative, sole entrepreneur. He'll talk about family approach when rendering services to people with dementia, patients with dementia. Denis, the floor is yours. I'm not really a speaker. I didn't really prepare a presentation, but maybe I'll contribute a few things. Okay, so I've been put on the podium, but I'm not really a speaker. I'm not a professional speaker, definitely. So the family approach is like this. Possibly about 10 years ago, it just happened this way that I started working with the people with disabilities, with young people with disabilities. Then I switched to when I was taking care of my senior relatives, my father, my aunt, my uncle. I moved on to a brand new understanding that a family of senior people, they must be in the family. Although it's very difficult, it's especially difficult for the close ones. Like from my own experience, it's very difficult for the people to live through this. You take things close to heart. A close person like a father, a mother, they also take it close to the heart. They don't want to embarrass you.
Ever more so that usually any family has little children. And I started to notice that when there are little children and when there are a number of generations in the family, usually the elderly feel much better. And for a whole year, a year is running out already. I have an experience of working with the elderly in a family. I have my own children with different age. I also have some adopted children. And I've been working for a year already with the elderly. I've had such ideas in the past, and we even participated in one project together with my son whenever we had enough efforts for 2.0. It was a rather obvious project. We just wanted to announce that we were not selected for the award. But anyway, the idea was that the strange people, I mean, people who don't know each other, maybe some organizations can organize training for the whole family, for families who are not simply people or social workers, but families. It doesn't matter where, in a village or a house, whoever has only one room to live in, somewhere they can, you don't need that much of a time for that. Unfortunately, you don't need to take severe cases, but there are a lot of lonely elderly people who were abandoned by their loved ones or relatives because they left abroad or something, different reasons. Sometimes they don't need any care. They can take care of themselves. They just need a family. They need a family, and often dementia partially can subside these symptoms. I noticed why dementia sets in, because there are no loved ones around. What the person should remember if they lost everybody around him. They might be 80, 85, still walking around, but all his or her friends died and all the neighbors have changed. Who to communicate with, what to do for such a person, because they need something permanent, something stable. Even one or two neighbors somewhere in old neighborhoods of our cities, when such old women can sit down on benches, try to check them for dementia. They will tell you everything, who lives where and how. because they communicate. They have somebody to talk to. Also, in the immediate vicinity, we see their adult relatives and grandchildren running around. That's what we need to have. But when people are institutionalized, we are not doing that. When people are institutionalized in some confined space, when there is no communication because of different reasons, when their next of kin have died, when children left, sometimes it's hard for them to communicate with children. Sometimes it's easier to communicate with grandchildren. I remember my grandmothers, grandfathers. I understand that it is grandparents who need to raise up grandchildren because parents don't have time for them. And then grandparents can pass on their experience to them. And that keeps their dementia at bay, which starts only after they die. So we need to try that. I believe that we need to try this direction by trying to train families. Doesn't matter, multi-children families, because there are families which simply do not know or are afraid of this. Maybe they require assistance. Maybe they need training or coaching. Maybe some social guarantees. I don't know. Maybe. So my advice is to try this line of work. I just see from my personal experience that it can help. It helps many people even restore some of their previous functions. That's it. If you have questions, go forward. We'll have separate time for questions. And we have one more speaker. Thank you, Dennis. The next speaker is already known to you. She is Alexandra Shotkina. She will speak about communication and support. Thank you. I will tell you about our experience, the experience of our foundation, and how our foundation can help citizens of Belarus. Because many people approach us from the former Soviet Union countries, and we are open for all. It's Rus Foundation is quite a small team of people, but we have many volunteers from healthcare sector, social workers who are inspired to provide support to families and people with dementia. And our main strength is that around our foundation, quite a small foundation, we create such professional community of people, of professionals who really want to change this situation for the better. As I mentioned previously, we are the only charity foundation in the country which specializes on dementia. We are members of the International Association of Alzheimer Disease International, and we're also members of the Coalition of Care. This is a Russian association. And we're also members of all sorts of committees. And together with our colleagues from the Ministry of Health and Social Development, we developed anti-dementia plan. Our comments are taken on board, which is great. I'm bragging now, see? What programs do we have at our foundation? We work on 3 directions. First one is the School of Care. Here we offer programs for the care providers. That includes schools, seminars, psychological support, sort of a hotline by email. People are writing to us from all over the country and from CIS countries. We try to help them. Library of materials, everything is openly available on our website. You can use it. Second direction is the support for people with dementia. Here we're developing the network of Alzheimer Cafe. Forget You Not is the name of this cafe. We have 17 clubs all over the country. This is a family-based project for families of people with dementia. Maybe Belarus can learn something from us. And the third direction, together with Against Dementia, this is all about awareness raising. Here we do different events, marathons. We have 4 books which were published with our assistance. And I think we can order some of them for Belarus, books about dementia. And here we also participate and communicate with the state. a few words about our projects, which might be useful for care providers from Belarus. One service is called Ask Your Question to the Specialist. Here at this service, we have specialists from medical and social background. We work with rescue organizations, rehabilitologists. You can write all sorts of questions there about, say, you have a list of drugs and you know which drug is good for what. Our doctor has 12 minutes, for instance, they can, but you don't know side effects, what each drug is for. We can help with that. We have time for that. Social questions. My mother doesn't want to wash herself. My father keeps arguing and cursing. All sorts of questions about behavior and communication. Again, we can explain things to people, but legally, of course, we can provide legal support only to Russian speakers. We know Russian laws. But in principle, people are writing to us from Belarus and other CIS countries as well, and we also do our best to help them. Even people sometimes write to us on their local language, but we translate it using Google Translate. What online resources are available at our association? Hopefully this QR code works. We have an amazing online school called Memory Help. It is supervised and read by a specialist with brief tutorials in understandable language without any medical gobbledygook. This school is enjoyed by care providers and rescue people because it contains simple information. For instance, I'm not reading, say, legal block, but I'm reading all about dementia. Can you see it using the QR code? It's called Memory Help. You can put Altrus Foundation in the Google and you can find it anywhere. Yes, please use it. You can caregivers or social workers can give it to their charge. First it closed down and then it opened up, and we had more than 4,000 views, not on YouTube, but another service. It doesn't work in Belarus. It's a dedicated Russian service. Also on YouTube, we have some of the recordings with different doctors. One of them is about how to help your elderly relative. It's called, it's how to cut their nails. It's a terrible problem. Few people know what to do about this problem with the food, for instance, diarrhea and constipations. It's better to prevent it instead of treating it. And again, I use simple language. I'm asking questions. I'm asking different doctors such simple questions. Is it hereditary? If my mother has dementia, will I have it too? Also on YouTube, we have a video recording of our school called CARES. This is a 6-hour-long event. You can simply put it on the screen and watch it. We start from the very first sign until the last breath. All the questions are reviewed there. You might find it helpful. Books, different books. I know. Do you have Ozon in Belarus? Yes. So you can order it on Ozon, on Wildberries. These are the books which were published with some of our assistants. A series called How to Live. The purple book, How to Live When Your Relative Doesn't Recognize You. This is a story of the daughter of Ronald Reagan, whose father was suffering from Alzheimer's disease. Very honest book about internal relations in the family. The brother didn't help, mother. It's very honest. My personal pride, this blue book called Let's Talk About Alzheimer's Disease. This is an instruction, a guidebook. All of these books are translated, but there is a full chapter about Russian realities, which Belarusians might find close to their realities as well. This is like a, you know, go-to guideline book, and also orange book containing all sorts of cases and life stories when mother sees hallucinations when people are coming to visit her, and this story is reviewed, how to go about it. It's easy to read. It's like your fiction books. Also, we have a library of materials on our site with the links to these books. You can look up what their titles are. And also we have a list of films that can help you better understand those people who are in denial, those people who don't want to understand this. We have a social network in Vkontakte with useful advice. Here, I know what is this QR code for. Maybe it's what we can be useful for. We have online group for psychologists. It might be useful to you as well, free of charge. You can link with us once a month, and we look at different subject matters like feeling of guilt or why other relatives are not helping. You can register there. You'll get, you'll be included into the email list, and you will get your link, and you can attend such events that we conduct. We have psychologists who can do 1 or 2 crisis sessions in your case through WhatsApp or other telephone online resources available to you. Alzheimer restaurant or cafe. I started up this project. It's based on the international format. It's called Alzheimer's Cafe. These are family-based events for people and family members of people with dementia. So these are the sit-ups for people who are concerned about this challenge. We do some tea drinking, some masterclass, dances and songs. We started it in 2018. We called it Forget You're Not Club. And now every month we meet in different cities of Russia. Here you can read some of the feedback from our visitors. We have good turnout because nobody else does similar things in the country. And I will end with some of the photos. Please look at the photos. These are the families, and this is the young person with his mother. You see, this is why we organize these meetings. They're very popular. Simple masterclasses about drawing, scrapbooking, cutouts, and these are marathons, interviews of different types. Here I was meeting a minister from Astrakhan. I also do all sorts of trainings for medical nurses. I read lecture for them. This is just an illustration of what we do. This is a QR code to our Vkontakte page, to our site. At our site you can find a wealth of information. Everything is written in simple language. You're welcome to use it in your work. And please subscribe to our Vkontakte channel. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alexander. Don't leave just yet. Please stay with us. I will invite now back all the speakers who were here. Dennis, where are you? Please approach the stage. We're going to bring out some chairs for you. If you want to be standing, you're welcome to do so. Colleagues, now, do you have questions for any one of our speakers? Those people who are online are free to ask questions via chat box. I see already one of the questions there.
Мнение?
Do you have any further questions? You have an opinion to voice. Okay, a good opinion, I hope. Okay, in fact, I do have a question for Sigrid. How did it happen that, or rather, what did you do to make sure that so many people are taking care of the elderly? It's, in fact, a very simple, on the one hand, but on the other hand, very difficult question. I think that, on the one hand, it can be explained by an approach used by Caritas and other NGOs, that we want to support people who need support or need help. And at the same time, we try to focus public attention on decent life. On the other hand, it is also about the need, because all of us see that people are getting older, and people can work as volunteers in all sorts of projects, but now more people see that caregiving is something that everybody needs. And I can add another thing, that whatever is related to dementia, it's not only sad, but we also have volunteers who are saying that that it's fun work for them. It might be indeed a fun experience. Not that they're laughing at their church, but together with them. There might be such funny situations and they find it fun. I will agree with you. I don't want to say that it's always fun and it's always interesting. No, it might also be sad, but sometimes there are fun moments in it. When you find it interesting to walk around with a person who still remembers football matches from his youth and other things. Yes, I recalled right away a small story. About 10-12 years ago, my colleague by accident ended up in a volunteer club to support the elderly, and they had a babushka clubs, and she called them my grandmothers, and it was so much fun for her to communicate with them, and she continued meeting with them for many, many years. I have a question right away. You were talking about the support groups, right? So basically you support, there's a separate support group for the elderly with dementia and a separate group of support for caregivers, right? I know maybe I misunderstood your question. Support groups, what kind of support groups do you have? We have support groups of volunteers who help around people with dementia. And we also have self-support group for relatives.
So if they want, they can get together, like relatives, members of family, they can interact with each other as a self-care or as a self-help group. If they want external support, yes, that can also be arranged, of course. So can I continue? I just want to promote a bit of our activity in Belarus. We started working in Belarus with local Caritas colleagues, and I wish to emphasize our experience. The information has to be clear. It has to be simple to understand. If these people have a work to do, a job to do, they simply don't have the time to read a 600 pages long book. There's simply no time and no effort to do that, no strength to do that. So people need to be informed briefly. If they want to seek information, they just need to be pointed or instructed as to where it can be found. Libraries, doctors. But again, the way I see it, the initial information has to be simple, easy to understand. Even now, we are translating all this information into clear language. Right. Anyway, thank you very much for the question. I mean, no, of course, it's in Russian, not in German. We're not translating that stuff into German. Okay, you've all picked one up, right? The leaflet. Okay, perfect. There's one question from the chat box. I don't know whether it's Alexandra or to Ludmila. Is there a difference in the specifics or the peculiar features of Alzheimer's and dementia of other types? So is there a difference between particular features of cognitive impairment in Alzheimer's and in other diseases, in other conditions? Who would be the go-to person for that one? Well, you can both contribute. It will also be interesting. Yes, indeed, they're different, but only an expert can see that. So a self-assessment would be a long shot if it's a lay person doing that assessment. However, working with Alzheimer's, people with this kind of relative, you just need to understand how these transient stages or transition to a new stage requires new knowledge and new skills. That's the most important part. I would contribute on my part, and yes, a good expert is definitely able to help. And it's important when diagnosing, because all in all, there are certain nuances, some fine peculiar features that experts will have an easier time understanding and help the relative. But okay, only an expert, only a layperson standing right next to that expert who is looking at the patient, they will not be able to see that fine border, right? Well, indeed, I'm speaking from a broader public viewpoint. All signs of dementia are pretty much the same for the Alzheimer's and other types of dementia. In some cases, the speech impairs first, the speech impairment hits first, and then cognitive impairment. In other cases, it's the other way around. But all in all, behavior skills for caregivers, we treat them, or we say we teach them in the same way to all the caregivers, regardless of the type of dementia, the relative experience. Okay, I'll agree with my colleague here. Indeed, the only thing they can say is that when dementias are different, I mean, other than Alzheimer's, we sometimes see progression and then a further remission. Then again, going back, it's kind of like waves. There's an uptick and the surge, improvement, and there's a decline. So to understand what kind of dementia you're facing or your relative is facing, it's very important to do that. It's very important to understand, because it will affect the prognosis and other aspects that you will have to face. Questions, dear colleagues? Right. Thank you very much. I will steal the mic for a second there. Okay. Right. So there's a question, there's a cafe forget-me-not. So how you pick it? It's not called forget-me-not. It's just a cafe. How we can select them with what people can communicate, what people talk. Yeah, we have a dedicated training how to put together a forget-me-not cafe. Yes, it's a whole story. Al's cafe is definitely not a cafe as it is in cafeteria. It's in Moscow. We have this centers for longevity, or something like a house of the pioneers, Boy Scouts, but only a house for senior citizens. They come there, they play checkers, they sing in a choir, they do the readings. It's all for free for them. Yoga, you name it. So based on those longevity centers, we hold our ELS Cafe meetings every month. We come there, we rent that space. By rent, I mean we rent it for free. And our guests arrive. In the regions, it's normally libraries, because libraries are accessible environments. It's a ground floor. The restroom is the ground floor. It's very important. To get an ELS cafe started, we have the handlers, the curators that are trained on how to work with people with dementia. We help them get down to the bottom of the topic of dementia, unless they've worked with it previously. Or these could be volunteers that want to make the city or town a better place. And this curator or handler, we signed an informed consent form with them, so that they would follow our rules, abide by our rules. And we teach them on how to arrange that forget-me-not cafe meeting. Normally, I'm there for the first meeting, and I help colleagues get things off the ground. Well, it seems like just a get-together of people talking to each other. But there are many complex things, like how do you get that started? Yes, exactly. I'm having that same questions, like you're talking about the regions, remote regions. You've been talking about training, but what about the communication per se? What about the communication with the region or with the people out there themselves? Well, the regions are doing it themselves now. Oh, okay, they're autonomous. Okay. So now there are 11 clubs from Vladivostok to Kaliningrad across the country. 11 ELS Cafe clubs. Typically, it's heads of patronage centers that want to, again, they want to make their towns or cities a better place. And we want to help them establish these volunteer projects. I didn't come up with this idea myself. I borrowed it abroad, and I just adapted it to the reality, to the context of Russia. The objective of the club is to make sure that families are able to see the relative from a different perspective. And the relatives themselves can take a break, because they can get a respite. They can come over there, a cup of tea, some biscuits, some dancing, some fruit. Dancing is a separate story out there. Even people with dementia, which are having a really hard time to move and to even keep straight, when they hear music, they show it with their bodies that they want to go dancing. If that person is poorly mobile and they cannot stand up properly, a number of people, just volunteers, get around them they bring them up, they put them up, and they do some dancing, some very basic moves, like just really stomping on the same spot. But they dance. There are also master classes that would teach the handlers how to run. And then these handlers, these curators, they create this community around this Else Cafe, this future Else Cafe. The local shop provides some fruit. A local artist is running some art master class. Some students might show up to render some help for the facilities. So this is the community building event. This Else Cafe is more about the community. Well, it sounds interesting. I also want to have a cup of coffee and do some dancing. I just wanted to elaborate that we've had this successful experience as well. It's not Else Cafe. Some people felt embarrassed of going to a cafe named like that, and we just came up with a different name. So senior citizens, older people, people that accompany them. Anyway, our society is very traditional. They go to actual cafes. So it's something clear, it's something mundane, something that can be done. And typically and mainly us at Caritas, we arrange it on the premises of a parish. Within the entity that we have, the Catholic parish. And typically people understand. I don't know how to properly name this. It's traveling through time, the cafe. Zeitreise, wandering through time in German. It's Zeitreise. This is the way we call it, and it's a very successful format again for people for us to communicate information to people, that it's not a reason to be ashamed. It's not the reason to be embarrassed. There's no embarrassment in that. There's no shame in that, and there's joy. That brings joy to the people. Yes, indeed, it's a very resource building event. When we ran the first event, there were a lot of horrible feedback. Like, yeah, again, people like bystanders that weren't even there. Why are you getting together, these crazy people? I beg your pardon for saying this, but this is what they actually write in their comments. Why are you getting these retarded people together? Well, you just need to be there to witness how relatives embrace the patients, the sick patients. It's a sincere joy. Back home, they have a plan, like feed the relative, change the bedding, get them to take a pill, walk outside, take a trip outdoors. Well, in our case, again, there are grandmothers who are wearing pearl beads, who are wearing some manicures, and they get their nails done. Yes, it's very important. We talked about this, how it's important to feel yourself beautiful, like to get a new hairstyle, to get a new hairstyle, to get a new string of beads, to get the nails done. It's a very safe and comfortable place for the relatives themselves, because people with dementia can start singing, can start dancing out of place. But anyway, everybody will feel supportive about this, not judgmental. Nobody's gonna roll their eyes or point their fingers. No, this is exactly the format for the relatives of people with dementia. Nobody goes there with the security guard. Definitely not. Volunteers, yes. Volunteers, it takes a lot of them, because per family it takes one volunteer who will talk about the stuff, who will pour them tea, who will ask about the flower on the window, or about the weather, about the cat, how the cat is doing, this kind of topics. Also, they will invite people to dance. They need to be shaken up. They need to be stirred up just a bit, and then it will start happening. You invest a lot of resource into this thing as an organizer, as a volunteer. Yes, I'm tired. Like I lie down flat for 3 days afterwards. It's so much emotional expense. It's an emotional toll. Some of our guests don't talk. They cannot talk. So you can smile. You can stroke them. You can express some nonverbal behavior. The master classes are pretty simple, very artistic and very artful and very adult. I don't like the kids stuff. if it's applied like art, like there is plasticine. There are you know, this plasticine that ultimately it's the waxy plasticine that becomes dry. What was it called? Yes, air plasticine with all kinds of colors. It comes in different colors. So they create some small round beads that they harden on plain in room temperature. At room temperature. We also created special bouquets and even some wreaths like coronas that people could wear. Those grandmothers and grandfathers were making those. And there are so many positive pictures the family has. And of course, when the relative, if the relative ultimately dies, yes, it was tough, it was very painful, but I have some pictures where the grandma, when she's already with dementia, she's smiling. And that's a very good thing to rejoice. Okay, thank you very much. Dear friends, our time is running out, but I really want to ask one more question, if I may. Okay, I can. Denise, the question is to you as a business representative. I liked the way, especially Sigrid, I like the way the colleagues spoke about the communities, a dementia-friendly community. So how can you arrange this communication? How can you fine-tune this communication so that we can talk about this freely at a mail station, at a mail like at the post office, at a store, at a grocery store? A couple of pointers where to look. Well, based on my experience, it's only by personal example, by private example. You invite them over to families and you show what it's like. Well, talking about this, advertising, promoting this doesn't work. If there's an actual family, please show up. It's an open invitation. If anybody wishes to talk to them, to have a look at what it's like, how senior people communicate with their grandchildren, so please come over. Yeah, it's like a tea party. Tea, coffee, you name it, just come over, pretty much an open invitation, open day. Okay, understood. What about getting the business representatives together, like a meeting like ours? Well, it's a different experience. Based on my experience, I was watching online. A lot of things can be borrowed, indeed. You just need to know how to build this. It's a brand new, different experience. A family is a family. It's different, again, in its own right. We need to invite families. You just need to make sure it happens. The Hesed, this Jewish organization, they come visit me. Other organizations from the local community, they come to us. It's basically, it's just a society, a small community. We met them in Hesed, these live-alone grandmas, basically. They come to us every New Year. So me, the wife, the friends, my children, my adopted children, and they came just to us for a New Year party. They liked it. They liked it. It's the same thing that works here. You're supposed to invite them over and to get them to look at what it's like, to get them to see what it's like. And 90% of us might have dementia ultimately, so you just need to understand. If you live long enough, the other 10% will just simply won't make it. They won't live as far as there. Somebody can develop dementia at 110, somebody at 90, but not all people get to live 110, let alone 90, let alone 110. I understand why there are so many people out there in Austria that understand this. We still hope that we're not going to live long enough to experience dementia, right? Yes, it's not going to happen to us. It's not going to happen to us. This is what we think. My wife, when she was 28, I said I won't live to be 35. Oh, she made it fine. She made it all right. It's just a thyroid problem, hypothyroidism, like various toxicities, all this kind of medical stuff, comorbidities. They pester us. They won't leave us alone, but you just need to be aware that you have to live on. diseases become younger. The onset happens earlier. If my grandpa was 80 and he was doing fine health-wise, well, God help us live as long as live to become 80. And he basically survived the post-war hunger and other bad stuff. But the biggest challenge is communities, building communities that will become organized and then self-organized. You've planted a good seed, you've passed a good word around, and it just travels. It just continues traveling. I believe this is the best option. There are 3 rules that I abide by. Do what you can, ask what you want, take what you're given. So do what you can. Do what you can. Do your best. Ask what you want, but get what they can offer you. They can offer a lot of communication. I mean, they can come up with all kinds of memories. One was fighting a civil war, the Russian Civil War, early 20th century, with Chapayev. Other people can come up with other interesting memories. When I started learning about my parents, it turned out a very important, very interesting experience. But that was toward their old age, when they were barely able to speak. And post-mortem, when they died, you've lived, I've lived my whole life with my father, like 50 years. And I didn't think that he had so much achievements, so many achievements. My uncle lived to be 83. My uncle was 90. My grandpa, my father was 83 at the time they died. And then they never told about stuff that I found just in the family archives. Yes, this communication, you can just you can talk about that with other people, not necessarily your own close people. It's like when a person died and there are pictures being discarded in boxes and crates of them, being thrown into the garbage chute. Old pictures, family photos. How come there's not a single relative who does not care enough? I've picked up these crates from the garbage chutes. Well, definitely it's really close, and this not really the garbage chute, but there's a collection of garbage. My brother is doing that kind of old photography and this sort of thing, and stories. He makes sure that the stories of these people are known. He finds the relatives, or he tries to locate the relatives. This is how life happens. It seems to us that we are unique and we are alone, but the Earth is not a big place out there. Ultimately, there are so many people that cross paths. You need to do good, and it will come back. Not necessarily to you. It might come back to grandkids. This is karma.
This is all about karma. Thank you very much. Thank you for your answers. I would love to continue our discussion, but unfortunately, the time is up. Friends, how do you feel? Impressed? Are you ready to pass on this knowledge to others? Not only the knowledge, okay. If we fail to answer some of the questions, you're free to mail them to our email. And I would like to thank everybody for today's event. Those of you who are planning to join us tomorrow, you're welcome tomorrow. And together with our strengths, by little steps, will make this planet better. And indeed, we are passing on the kindness to other generations.
Вы можете, да, присаживаться в зал.
Yes, please be seated. Olga? Yes. Thank you very much. In fact, I would like to thank everybody. I'm holding close enough. What about now? Yes, dear friends, to be honest, today was a very informative day for me and a real discovery, because there are things which I had some fragmentary knowledge about, and now this knowledge has been systemized. I have some takeaway lessons for me today, which we'll continue discussing tomorrow, and tomorrow we'll summarize some of these results, but I can tell you that I'm deeply impressed by all the speakers: Sylvia, Sigrid, Alexandra, Alona, Ludmila, Denis. Sorry if I forget somebody. And Vera, of course. Ivana, everyone was great today. And today we had indeed a holistic discussion all about dementia, but in general terms. But tomorrow, I think we'll delve deeper into it for those people who are real specialists and know a thing or two about this, maybe even from personal experience from what was discussed about dementia. But one thing is for sure, we're going to continue this work. This is not the end. We have some ideas already, but after tomorrow, we'll have even more of them. So colleagues and friends, you're invited back tomorrow and enjoy the rest of the evening today. That is it for sure.